All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon experiment. I almost said experience. Experiment. My name is Emanuel Livingston. I am with you until probably about 5 o'clock. Probably about 5 o'clock. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing good. I hope you guys are having a great day. Let's get started. Say the hellos and then move on. Robert Willis, good afternoon. Thank you for checking out the show. Appreciate you. Lewis Talbert in the house. Good afternoon, Lewis. I appreciate you. Anthony Prosser, he's first on Facebook. Good afternoon, Anthony. Erica Hummins representing Reading. Good afternoon, Erica. And rounding out the top 5, Carolyn Smith. Good afternoon to the top 5. I'm glad that you guys are in. I'm hearing this. I hear that. It's that whole ordeal. But thank you guys for checking out the show. I appreciate you. Sierra Brooks in the house. Good afternoon, Sierra. Good afternoon. She's representing Boston. We got David Herring in the house. Good afternoon, David Herring. Appreciate you. He's representing Butler County. Oh, no little baby today. No little baby today. She's not down here today. Good afternoon, David Herring. Mike D. Ballard Sr., representing Woodlawn. Good afternoon. Valerie Davis says, I was first, fell asleep. Well, they say if you snooze, you lose. But thank you for checking out the show. I'm glad you woke up. Regina Denson Griffin, representing Madisonville. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We got Lonzo Clark in the house. Good afternoon, Lonzo. He says, happy holiday weekend. That's right, it is a holiday weekend. Not for me. I'll still be working on Monday. Too close to the show to take a day off. Too much stuff just comes up. But Lonzo, thank you for checking out the show. Terry Anderson, representing Downtown. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for checking us out. Carolyn Smith says she's representing East Walnut Hills. All right. Valerie Davis says they're representing Westwood. Valerie is he's representing Westwood. Veronica Burdine representing College Hill. And a blessed day to you as well, Veronica. Thank you for checking out the show. I appreciate you. We got Pat Rogers from East Africa. All right, you can't beat that. Thank you for checking out the show, Pat Rogers. Janice Robertson, my favorite, says, I never know when you're coming on. It's like every day. Tuesday through Friday. And maybe soon to be Monday through Friday again. But Tuesday through Friday. Right around 3:30. Every day. Janice, thank you for checking out the show. Samuel Campbell Jr. representing East Walnut Hills. Thank you for checking us out. And good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you. Jacqueline Carter representing Evanston. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thanks for checking us out. Daryl Carpenter says, what up, good people? It's Friday, 3-day weekend loading, even though I'm currently at work. Okay, you doing a 3-day weekend. You can't beat that. Thank you for checking out the show. I appreciate you. Pat Rogers, who said East Africa a minute ago. East Westwood. That's vastly different. How did you confuse East Westwood for East Africa? Okay. Move fast. See, Maria Smith representing North College Hill. Good afternoon to you. We got Brenda Early in the house representing Fairfield. Good afternoon to you. Thank you and Maria both for checking out the show. I appreciate you. Are you gonna line dance to close out the show? Absolutely not. Like I said, at least I know I can't dance. Eugene, say what up. Turned the volume up. I see you didn't shower. Same old hoodie. Wow. This is a totally this ain't even the same color as the one yesterday. The logo was blue yesterday. This is purple. What? Are you having an attack of some sort? I don't I don't understand. Um, uh, yeah, Lincoln dancing to close the show. He thinks he can dance, and I always admire his confidence. You know, with his thinking that he can dance. He can't, but he thinks he can, and to some degree, that's all that really matters. He makes the faces like he getting it. The body don't necessarily be getting it, but he make the faces like he getting it, and he be having fun, and you can't beat that. That's kind of what it's all about. So, yeah, no, I won't be dancing. I won't be dancing. All right, so that's it. That's all the hellos. I appreciate everybody. Timothy Allen says, "Have you been over there?" Have I? I've never been to Africa. No, never been to the continent. Yeah, twin come in. Cap. It's a totally different. Hold on, because I want to make a. Just I don't have a whole lot to talk about, so I got time. I got time. Yeah, I get to watch me make a phone call. Hey, are you exceptionally busy? Can you do me a favor and bring the hoodie that I had on yesterday down here? Yeah. It's like a buttercream color with the. Yeah, no. That was yesterday. Okay. That's it. That's it. All right. All right. Just every once in a while, you just have to prove people wrong. It just feels good. I don't have to. But it just feels good to say, you're wrong, and I can prove it. So, and like I said, I got nothing else to do. Daryl said, you ain't got to prove nothing to twin. I know, but, you know. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This was yesterday. It's like a buttercream, yellowish, whatever. This is today. It's what did they call it? Golden wheat or something like that. Golden wheat. See the logo yesterday? Blue. See the logo today? Purple. This is like a traditional hoodie. It's nice and big and fluffy and warm. It's a little warmer than it was yesterday. So this is like t-shirt material. It's a totally different, kind of deal. It don't fall on you the same way, all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, this is like a t-shirt material. I got a size too big. I should have got a large. I got an extra large. I don't know why. Sometimes I feel fatter than I am. But yeah. So yes, they're very much different in almost every way. All right. Let me see. Mrs. Livingston will not come and co-host. Carolyn says, let's talk about your new profile pic. It looks a little creepy. I found this app in I think in Canva, where you put a picture up and then it takes that picture and it calls it emojifying. And so I did that with a picture, and that was what it came up with. It was just what it spit out based on the picture. So, hey, it is what it is. Go back to the classic red shirt profile pic. I liked the little cartoon thing. It's not supposed to look exactly like me. It's a cartoon of you. So I liked it. I did one of the little baby. And I liked hers. And then I did another one of me. Actually, I did two of me. I did two of them of me. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up the second one. The second one was an older picture. And I wanted some gray hair in there because, you know, I got the gray hair. So I wanted some gray hair in there. And so, yeah, that was what I did. Hold on. And I don't know if y'all even be able to see this, but this was the other one that it did. Hold on, let me select off of that. Select off of that. Yeah, this was the other one that it did. I can't make it no clearer for y'all. So, yeah, that was the other one. Oh, why do it make my eyes so big? I don't know. But I enjoy the little pictures, and I'm having fun with this little Emojify app. So, yeah, it's all good. All right, Reese Mooney in the house. Good afternoon, Reese Mooney. Got T. Mikey G. He's representing North Avondale. Twin says, I can't believe the app didn't use AI hairline though. Yeah, I did not tell AI. I always say Allen Iverson because that's what we used to call him. I did not tell Allen Iverson to fix the hairline. I did not. It did it on its own. But I'm thoroughly enjoying it. So yes, that'll be my profile picture for the foreseeable future. Unless I get a better one. It'll just be different. But I'm enjoying it. Anyway, what else is going on? Well, did they not do no Diddy stuff today? Because I do want to talk a little bit about this Diddy trial. Just a little bit. Okay, remember yesterday I talked about the rubber duckies, and what in the world could they have been doing with the rubber duckies? The FBI, when they raided Diddy's house, if you don't want to hear about Diddy, go on and go away for a while, because I'm going to talk about Diddy, I'm going to talk about sinners, I'm going to talk about a little bit about Trump, I might talk a little bit about the police again, but I'm starting off with Diddy. Okay, so y'all know they raided his house and they found some freak-off supplies. And in the freak-off supplies, they found rubber duckies. Are they shoving rubber duckies up people's, what are they doing with the rubber duckies? I don't know. I'm a little worried about it. Twin says, wait, rubber what? Yeah, rubber duckies. Like the little things that you put in with a kid. Yeah. But I keep hearing, and I'm going to talk about it just really from this perspective almost every day. Kid Cudi testified yesterday. He testified yesterday. He said, Diddy set his $1/3 million car on fire because he was dating Cassie. Yes. So for everybody who's like, and Cassie's mother testified. A lot of people ain't really talking about this, but Diddy basically extorted $20,000 from her mother. If you believe her testimony, Diddy told the mama that if you don't give me $20,000, I'm going to release these freak off videos. And the mama had to gather $20,000 and pay Diddy to not release the videos. And they say he paid it back later. Diddy did not need $20,000. Stuff like that is done to exert power and authority and even to instill fear. Why would you extort somebody's mama? To show them that you don't mind doing stuff to their mama. See, I don't think that any of this stuff that the prosecution is putting in is just kind of frivolous stuff. I think it all goes to the point that Cassie might have been down with it at some point, but then at some point, she wasn't down with it no more. And he did a lot of things to create a situation where she felt coerced into participating. I'm going to blow up, you dating some dude, I'm going to blow up, I'm going to break in his house, open up all his Christmas gifts, lock his dog in the bathroom, and call him. Like, according to the testimony, and somebody, you guys tell me if I get any of this stuff wrong, because I haven't had or taken all the time to go through and, read everything about it. They called him while Diddy was allegedly in the house and say, basically, Diddy is waiting for you in your house. That is a move to intimidate somebody. And then I'm going to blow up your car in your driveway. All of that is for intimidation's sake. Now, sure, that was to, intimidate him maybe. But also to say to the victim, ain't nobody I can't touch. You think you leaving me? Oh, you think you gonna date somebody else? Hold on. Watch what I do. I'm gonna break in their house. I'm gonna open their Christmas gifts, which is just weird. It's just weird. I'm gonna break in your house and open your Christmas gifts. I'm gonna break in your house, open your Christmas gifts, hide your dog, and then call you and say, bruh, I'm at your house. You need to get here and meet me. Actually, I don't think Diddy called. Diddy had somebody else outside call and say, yo, Diddy in your house and he waiting for you to show up. You think you gonna date somebody else? You think you gonna leave me? Hey, let me show you what I can do. And I'm gonna do it, and ain't nothing gonna happen to me. That one of the things that people tell me that abusers do is they isolate you. They isolate you. And so a lot of we hearing all of this stuff, and I see you, James. James saying they hadn't proved their case yet. They proved they were freaks and abusive. See, I think this stuff like this goes to prove their case. Stuff like this goes to prove the case. Again, this ain't just about being abusive. This is about exerting control over that woman, letting her know you don't have a choice but to do what I say do. If you leave, people that you love are gonna get hurt. You don't believe me? Check this out. Yeah, this Cassie mama, if you don't give me $20,000, I'm gonna release these sex tapes of your daughter. I want my money, or I'm releasing these sex tapes. All right. Now what, you think you gonna leave me? Oh, she gonna get me the money. But you don't need $20,000. Nope. This ain't about the money. This is about letting you know your mama ain't even safe. I can extort your mama and ain't nothing gonna happen to me. So you think you gonna leave? That's what this is. That's what this stuff that they're presenting that y'all think is, oh, they trying to show he a freak. They've shown that he a freak. They have to prove that he forced that girl to do stuff and other people to do stuff. And that he did things across state lines. It's everybody is because it's easy to get caught up. Just like I'm wondering, what the hell were they doing with the rubber duckies? What were they doing? Because I feel like it's like two rubber ducky options. Option number one, y'all shoving rubber duckies up people's rear end. Option number two, there's child play involved. Neither of those options are good. So it's easy to get caught up in stuff like that. But the point is, they're showing, I feel like they're showing and proving. Like, okay, at some point, she was down. They've released enough information in court to let us know at some point, she wasn't down. At some point, she wasn't down. And then that's when he was already beating her before that. Again, if I beat you and you ain't did nothing wrong, let me show you what I'm gonna do if you try to leave. We saw that in the video from the hotel room or from the hotel. We saw that. You try to leave, I can beat you. Okay, the beatings don't seem to be because you still trying to leave. You still seem to be trying to leave. What you think you gonna date somebody? I'm gonna break in his house. I'm gonna open his Christmas gifts. I'm gonna hide his dog. I'm gonna tell him, have somebody call him while I'm in his house and tell him get home because did he want to talk to you? He in your house going through your Christmas gifts and your dog seems a little jumpy, so he put the dog in the bathroom. I can touch him. He's not untouchable. I can blow up his car. He's not untouchable. He could have been in that car. Is that what you want? And then I'm going to leave. I'm going to go to my mama's house. Hold on. I can touch your mama. Now, all I did was make her give me $20,000. But you see what I did to him? I can do that to her. I think they're proving their case. And all of the kind of weird people, because I think you weird. If you are, like I heard D on Lincoln's show, oh, she wanted that. Oh, she wanted that. I'm not sure. I can't say that nobody wants that. But I don't think anybody wants to just live in fear of what might happen to them if they change their mind. Most of y'all been in a relationship. And you were happy initially, probably, in that relationship. You went places, you did things, you probably put up with stuff that you didn't want to necessarily put up with. You know what I'm saying? For me, if you chewing with your mouth open, I'm putting up with it because you might be sexy. But once I get tired of you chewing with your mouth open, I should be able to leave. I'm diminishing it by talking about chewing with your mouth open, but I'm trying to create a scenario where y'all have to understand, with those of you weirdos who think this stuff was, she wanted it, and they ain't proving their case, and they just saying, they just proving that he was abusive and freaky. The whole, if you go to your brother's house, I would kill your brother. That's not just, oh, that guy's abusive. That's control. That's control. You used to like going to the movies with her. But then you outgrew that and you was like, I don't want to go to the movies no more. We just watch TV at home. And she said, if you don't go to the movies with me, I'll kill your mama. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's extreme. I know. I'm trying to just get y'all to, because y'all can't, it's hard to, just as a normal person, for some people, it's hard for them to understand being in a relationship on this level, being in a relationship, doing some crazy, freaky stuff, and being okay with doing it. She said she did it because she loved him and she wanted to please him. And then getting to a point where you say, I don't want to do that no more. Daryl says, well, they are not proving their case. The charges are RICO and sex trafficking. So far, the case is about Cassie and Diddy. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I listen to lawyers as they talk about this stuff. One of the elements that they have to prove, because again, I keep hearing people say they're not proving their case. One of the elements that they have to prove is that she was, especially part of the trafficking, is that she was forced to do things, forced or coerced into doing things against her will. She said she did it but then at some point she said she didn't want to do it. And this stuff that they're bringing in now, this is just stuff about victim number one. There's multiple victims. So this is just about victim number one. They're showing, yes, they did some stuff. Yes, he was abusive. Yes, he isolated her. At some point, she came to the conclusion that she didn't want to do it anymore. And then he exerted power over her and he created a situation where she felt like if she doesn't do what he wants her to do, something really bad could happen to her or to someone that she cares about. That equals coercion. You can be a freak if everybody is okay with it. Once anybody in that scenario says, I don't want to do this no more, and you say, or you create a situation where they genuinely, reasonably fear the consequences of saying no, yes is not yes if it's under duress. Think about, this is going to be horrible. Think about, you got a girl. You think she into you. You trying to get you some. Initially, she say yes, and y'all do it a few times. Then, you trying to get some, and she say no. And you say, if you don't, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your mama. I'm going to kill your brother. And then she says yes. Was that yes really yes? No, because it was under duress. That's what they're proving. Daryl says this is a federal case, right? Yes. Yes. They are, as far as I'm concerned, they're still kind of in the beginning of their case. But they are laying out a case that is going to be kind of hard to defend. It's going to be, I think they got the sex trafficking part just with what this whole Cassie piece. I think they've proven the sex trafficking part. He transported her over state lines against her will to have sex with hired prostitutes. He put her in a situation where she couldn't say no, and if she tried to leave, she was beaten and threatened. I think that proves the trafficking part. They got to prove the RICO, which I don't know all the elements of RICO. Again, I'm learning this stuff. I'm watching like the crime networks and all that kind of stuff where they have all of these attorneys in here kind of breaking everything down. And this is the funny thing. I'm watching TMZ, right? And on TMZ, I can't remember that guy's name. But he's like, oh, they're going too far. Oh, they're this. Oh, they're doing that. Oh, they're doing this. When I watch these attorneys, federal attorneys, who have tried sex trafficking and RICO cases, they're like, this attorney is meticulously laying out an airtight case. And they're like, I don't know how the defense is going to defend him because these attorneys are doing such a good job. And I'm learning kind of the elements that I don't know all the elements. Again, I'm not an attorney, but I listen to these people who are so-called experts talk about this stuff. Shannon says he beat her on the plane. Yeah, I mean, she didn't have a choice in the matter because there were consequences if she said no. And if I'd say I'm taking you to, we in New York, but we going to Miami to do this freak off, and you say no, and I beat you and put you on the plane and beat you on the plane there, and then beat you right with the prostitute standing there, waiting to do it to you, and then make you do it. That's trafficking. And I hear all these lay people like, but she liked it. She wanted it. She was a willing participant. She did, she that. At the point where she said no, and they've shown that at some point she said no. Daryl says, don't get me wrong. I want to see his A go down, but I just don't want them to fumble this case and that fool walk. And again, listening to these so-called experts, these people, excuse me, these people who have done this, who've been in this field, who, again, I watched, what is the name of that? The criminal network? I don't remember what it's called. Crime net, whatever it is. I want to say it's the crime network, but that's probably wrong. But I watch them. They're covering this every day. And they're all saying this prosecution is laying out an amazing case. They're hitting every beat. They're going through every element, point by point, and proving that element. No, it's not court TV. It is, hold on. I might be able to tell you in a second. Where is it? Hold on, I know. No, it's not Court TV. It is, it's a new network. It's not new, but it's different. Okay, no. Law and Crime Network. The Law and Crime Network. They're following it, and they're like really following it. Jacqueline said it before I did. Law and Crime Network. And they're all saying they're doing a good job. And that might just be their opinions. I don't know. Hold on. Okay. Sorry, y'all. My computer is doing something funny here. Trying to fix it. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's still saying it won't connect to one of my channels, but that's okay. Only 1 or 2 people watch on that channel as it is. But yeah, the Law and Crime Network. So I don't know. I think a lot of people, a lot of lay people, have to. People don't really. A lot of lay people need to get it out of their minds that this is just about salaciousness or salaciosity. Get that out of your mind. They're bringing you all this stuff to prove a case. And I know there are people who, well, you know, hey, she said, yeah, she was with it. She was a gold digger, and, you know, this is what happened, and blah, blah, blah. Gold diggers can be trafficked. Freaks can be trafficked. So yeah, it's a serious case. Even though you can, because some of the stuff is so outrageous. Some of the stuff is so outrageous. Like I said yesterday, when I heard that, oh, they're just freak shaming him now. They're just freak shaming him now. And I'm like, wow, you could just stick shaming on the end of anything. Like, oh, they're fat shaming him. Why? Because they said he fat? I'm fat. I'm fat. If you say I'm fat, you're not fat shaming me. You just point out that I'm fat. Oh, they're height shaming me. If you say I'm short, you're not height shaming me. You just point out that I'm only 5'5". You're not height shaming me. They're slut shaming her. If she's a slut and you acknowledge that she's a slut, you're not necessarily slut shaming her. And shouldn't you be ashamed of being a slut? They're freak shaming him. Depending on the freaky stuff you doing, some of that stuff you should be ashamed of. If you are sticking rubber duckies up somebody's rear end, you should be ashamed of that. So, okay, that's it. That's really all I got on the Diddy trial. Just don't just look at it as some sex stuff. Really pay attention to the elements that they're trying to prove. And again, she's victim 1. She's victim 1. There are multiple victims. And I'm sure they're gonna get into the whole RICO piece where he's running a criminal enterprise. Because if the things that you're doing are criminal and you've got people doing your bidding to commit these crimes, Daryl say, all I know is TD Jakes been real quiet. Look, I don't know if TD Jakes had anything to do with anything. I don't know if he was there. I don't know. I do think a lot of people were worried about videos because apparently he had videos. But TD Jakes stepped down. He say, you know, I think what he said was kind of his health and all of that kind of stuff. Now TD Jakes stepped down. TD Jakes said, hey, I quit. I quit. I'm out. And then people names just been being dropped. Michael B. Jordan. And but now his name was like him and Cassie, like what he considered dating her or she considered dating him or something. I don't think it ever went that far, but I know you don't want your name attached to none of this stuff at all. You don't want your name attached. Like, don't bring up my name. I know celebrities are sitting back like, please don't say nothing about me. Please don't bring up my name. Please don't say nothing about me. Please leave me out of it. Yeah, he did. He had that. He said it was a massive heart attack. Yeah. Dare say now TD stands for taking duckies, Jakes. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. But yeah, and they just dropping names, and then a gigolo got mad because his name got dropped by somebody, and so he's like, "Hey, I know I'm a gigolo, but don't be bringing me into it. I didn't do nothing." Like he was actually in the TV show series called Gigolos. But he say it was a case of mistaken identity. He out of the gigolo business, and he didn't have nothing to do with it. How you a gigolo, and you ashamed to be mentioned in some gigolo stuff? I don't know. The whole thing is wild. The whole thing is wild. All right. Now, some of y'all want to talk about Sinners. The movie Sinners. And we can talk about the movie Sinners, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you've not seen it, if we discuss it, spoiler alert. Because we gave y'all, what, it's been a week now? We gave y'all a whole week. That movie been out for what, a month? Feel like 2 months. You've had plenty of time to watch it. If you haven't watched it, spoiler alert. Some people on here are 100% gonna spoil the movie. Now, I don't even know necessarily what else there is to discuss. I thought we did a relatively good discussion. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Before we go to spoilers, Dina says they are already adding pieces to the RICO portion of the case. They spoke about how his guards and personal assistants carry guns, tracking down and threatening Cassie, her mother, Kid Cudi, etc. Yeah. They talked about him going to confront Suge Knight, bringing guns. The one dude, he quit. White dude, he say, the story, if I remember it correctly, and if I'm wrong, somebody correct me. The story is him and somebody else, I'm gonna say a bodyguard or something, was headed out to grab Diddy something to eat. They go to this diner. Suge Knight is outside. You know, they dap up the bodyguard or whatever, and they go in. I think they saw Suge Knight on the phone or something. And the bodyguard's like, we got to get out of here. Like, what? We got to get out of here. So they leave. They go back and they tell Diddy, like, we saw Suge Knight at the diner. He like, all right, grab the guns. They grab guns. They get in the car. They head out. This personal assistant, Caucasian guy, personal assistant, like they gave him a gun. And he like, what? What? I'm a personal assistant. Bro, I was just going to get you some food. I'm not up in here to shoot people. I'm not up in here to be shot at. But he didn't have a choice. He said the first time he was ever feared for his life. Because we rolling out. And I'm not a roll out type of guy. I know, everybody on here hard. Okay, everybody, yeah, Suge is in it too. Everybody on here hard. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not that guy. Don't get me in the car like we planning to roll out on somebody. And I'm up in the passenger seat like, hey, where we going? And you like, just roll. I'm like, okay, sure, I like a nice leisurely drive. And next thing I know, you in the back like, here, take this gun. When I say so, shoot. I'm like, what am I doing with the, I don't shoot. I shouldn't be here. Pull over, let me out. Right here, I'm not the roll out type of guy. We should have had a discussion about this. Like, are you, what I'm saying, you down? At least give me the opportunity to think about it. Okay, yeah, sure, I'm down. Let me make the decision. Don't just get in the car. We about to go. Where we going? Just get in the car. And we driving, and now you like, here, take this gun. No, what? Oh, wait. Yes, Will, that would have been me. Let me out. Let me out. Pull over. I didn't like the way I said that. It reminded me of Eddie Murphy and Raw. Pull over, pull over. I didn't like the way it came out. I wouldn't say it like that. I would put some bass in my voice. I would probably use an N-word or two. I wouldn't pull over. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. No, nigga, pull over. Pull the F over. I ain't shooting no damn body. Let me out. Pull over. No, I wouldn't do that. But he said that was it for him. He said he quit. He turned in his notice the next day. Like, hey, this is not what I signed up for. I'm a corporate dude, glasses and everything. I'm a corporate dude. I ain't no gangster. I ain't mad at the assistant. I ain't mad at the assistant. Twin. What Twin say? I know damn well Emanuel Livingston not riding nowhere. That's right. That's right. Look. Twin, you could be as hard as you want to be. I don't live that lifestyle. And I'm not ashamed of saying I don't live that lifestyle. I'm not even, growing up, I was, no. Growing up, I went to church on a regular basis. When my friends was getting in trouble, I said, y'all go, I'ma stay here. Cause if I get brought home by the police, my mama gonna whoop my ass. So no, I will not be going down to Calvin's stealing potato chips with y'all. No, I will not be going breaking into the school trying to steal stuff. This is all stuff that friends of mine, like I was there with them. We sat and had conversations about criminal behavior that they was gonna do. And they planned stuff out. They knew how they was gonna do it. And then when it was time to do it, I'd be like, all right, you ain't coming? You know I'm not participating in that. You know what my mama do if I get caught? Trying to steal some potato chips from the store? You scared. You chicken. Yep. Yep. Surely is. I'm scared of my mama. I'm scared of that whooping. Yep. So yeah, you can't you can't soft shame me. You know what I'm saying? You soft. Uh-huh. I'm not gonna be ashamed. Nope, not at all. You can't soft shame me. I know Emanuel ain't riding out. He too soft. Yep. Yep. Don't try to soft shame me. And it's crazy because people really do people get the kind of this rush. And everybody, I know I'm going way off. Sinners, we coming. We're going to talk about sinners. But that's like everybody's default now. Not everybody. Take that back. That's a lot of people's default now. Or at least what they want people to think they default is. Y'all ever seen a video where somebody was talking all that stuff? On my mama, on my mama, on my mama this, on my mama that, You know, you could tell. They ain't doing nothing. On my mama, he ain't doing nothing. He just talking because he feel like that's the cool way to be. McDonald's forgot your pickles, and you in McDonald's talking about I F up this whole restaurant. On my mama, I kill everybody in here. On my mama, I F up everybody in here over some pickles. Well, you know, no, you won't. You really could just go in and say, excuse me, y'all forgot my pickles. And when the girl at the counter, who again, on my mama, I'll whoop your A. I don't give a F about this job. She need that job. She need that job that's supporting her and her 6 kids. She need that job. But she can't seem soft. She can't just say, I'm sorry, sir. We'll remake that. And of course, if she say, I'm sorry, we'll remake that. For some people, that ain't good enough because you got to show out. You got to show out. Remake it. I already been waiting 10 minutes. Why I got to wait longer? Like, what is the other option? They got to remake the sandwich. Or just throw some pickles. Here's some pickles. If they just told you here's some pickles, on my mama, you ain't just gonna give me no pickles. I'm on my mama. I'll whoop everybody up in here if you just hand me some pickles. They create non-winnable situations because everybody gotta be hard. I'm reasonable. You know what I'm saying? I'm reasonable. I want to normalize being reasonable. I want to normalize, how can we fix this? That's what I want to normalize. How can we fix this? How can we create a situation where everybody is happy, where you get your sandwich with your pickles and everything be fine? It might give us another 2-3 minutes. Do you have 2 or 3 minutes to spare? I already been waiting for 10 minutes for my order, and then and my pickles. Sir, if you've waited 10 minutes, another 2 minutes, I apologize. We'll throw in a hot apple pie. How about that? Oh, hot apple pie. I'll take a free hot apple pie, sure. Thank you. No. F a hot apple pie. F a hot apple pie. I've been waiting 10 minutes, and now I got to just give me all my money back. You know they're not going to give you all your money back. You got a whole bag of food. Just call the police. Just call the police. Don't be arguing with him. He ain't gonna be disrespectful to me like that. On my mama, I F him up. Why everything is on your mama? I don't even like that term no more. On my mama. I hear it so much. On my mama. Cause y'all know I be watching them videos. I hear it all the time. On my mama this, on my mama that. They was in the shoe store, I think it was. And that dude was just wilding out. I don't even know what they was fighting about. He knocking everything off the what they call them, the shelves. Oh, you gonna clean this up? Oh, you gonna clean this up? An old girl up there, I slap, on my mama, I slap you if you say one more thing. Say one more thing, on my mama, I'ma slap you. And the girl said, one more thing. Oh, say one more thing. On my mama, I'ma slap. She just said it. She literally said one more thing. You said if you say one more thing, on my mama, I'ma slap you. She called your bluff. So what does that mean? What do that mean for your mama now? You lied on your mama. What does that mean for your mama? Nothing. Nothing. Tina said, do people still eat those nasty apple pies? Look, I used to like McDonald's apple pies when they was, different. They changed them and then they nasty. I can't eat their apple pies, but when they was like the deep fried apple pies and not the baked apple pies with the little cinnamon and stuff on them, I used to eat them. I used to like them. I can't eat these newfangled apple pies. But yeah, so twin, all of that to say, yeah, I'm with the assistant. I'm not riding out for no nonsense. Daryl said the only piece he ride out for is his family. Yeah, that's kind of me too. That's kind of me too. I can't imagine working for an employer and then them talking about let's ride out. Mm-mm. Nope, I need a new job. I quit. I quit. I don't get murder pay. You know what I'm saying? I don't get murder pay. What is that? Triple time? Like I don't know what the murder pay is. I don't know. Scott said, depending on which part of my family. That's true too. That's true too. Yes, LaDonna, they took away the flaky crust. The flaky crust was the best. They be changing recipes. Look, we not talking about that. See, why do y'all get me going down these paths? We gonna get the centers. We gonna get the centers. But I know I talked about this a while ago. But why do food companies, I know why. They want to save money. Why do food companies mess with a good thing? I'm still mad. I haven't had UDF cookies and cream, ice cream. It's got to be like 3 years or so. And it used to be the best. Like you could find like a whole Oreo cookie in there. But what? Carl Lindner died? And then, but I guess the children said, you know what? We don't need to put like no whole Oreo cookies in there. Like we could just give me some Oreo cookie remnant. You know, the stuff when you put the Oreo cookie in there, just sprinkle the little remnant in there. We be good. It just ain't the same. It just ain't the same. And they totally messed up the orange drink. It used to have I don't know how to describe it so that it sounds like it is, but it used to have a little bit of a viscosity to it. I guess everything technically has a viscosity to it, but it was slightly thicker, almost like a juice, but it wasn't a juice. It was still a drink. And it had a particular taste to it. And now I went and got some and I was like, what is this? What is this? I can't eat this. I mean, I can't drink this. This is nasty. So I haven't had no orange drink. And I haven't had no cookies and cream. Mary, they didn't just water it down. They did water it down, but they didn't just water it down. They changed the formula. It's terrible. You have to say it's a formula because it ain't natural orange juice. But they changed the formula. It ain't just watered down. It tastes different. I don't mess with it no more. Yeah, I haven't. But I really am more upset. Oh, somebody said, am I taking calls today? I'm sorry, I got the phones off. Hold on. I'm sorry, I had the phones off. Hold on, give it a minute. I'll let you know when you can call in. But yeah, the cookies and cream. I used to love that cookies and cream. Like I said, you could find a whole Oreo cookie in the cookies and cream. You ain't finding nothing that say, like you could read Oreo on there. Not no more. Brent.
Hey, what's going on, Emanuel?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm all right. Hey, now, that Dairy Queen, they used to have something called Crunchy Coat that you could add to your ice cream cones.
Yeah.
Because you have the chocolate dip, the strawberry, butterscotch, and that Crunchy Coat. They don't have that no more.
Well,
I used to have them make me a blizzard with that stuff in it.
Well, I don't. They still got the dip, at least up here at the Dairy Queen that's up the street from me.
Do they have the Crunchy Coat?
And you can get a dip cone.
Okay, because they used to have like a little carousel where they put the cone in there and the coconut or nut sprinkles or whatever it was they would put on there. They don't have that anymore.
Oh, yeah, I don't know nothing about that. I just know I always, like right now, I know it's going to sound crazy, but I always get the kitty cone, strawberry or cherry dipped, whichever one it is, one of the red ones, red. I don't know if it's cherry or strawberry. The flavor is actually red. So I get it dipped in red. And that's all I get. But yeah, they still have it. They still have it here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is that Crunchy Coat that they didn't have. I'm like, well, and was asking some of the younger folks in there. They're like, "What's that?" I'm like, "Oh, yes, right. You too young to remember." So it's like, what? And they cost reduced that out and just got rid of it altogether. I guess it wasn't a popular item.
Yeah, Brent. Before you move on to whatever your next topic is, I need to admonish you just a little bit.
Okay.
I was a little bit ashamed of you earlier today. You literally made a grown man just quit. And you don't have to be that rough on people.
I wasn't that rough. So now I make Rick Jr. run just by mentioning I want to get on the phone with him, and I make the kinder, gentler Republican run by just putting basic information back at him, saying, no, Republicans, stop mentioning Democrats, stop mentioning non-politicians, like Al Sharpton, Republicans.
What Republican politician have you given this information to? And he said Greg Landsman.
Yeah. It was like when he was on Lincoln's show before as a guest, trying to pimp his book.
I laughed.
And I asked him what local Republican, and he mentioned some dude that ain't been in Republican politics in 10 years. I was like, come on now.
Oh, I laughed so hard. And then you're like, no, Republican, what Republican? He's like, I gotta go.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Brent, yeah. Why you can't just be punking people out? You can't. Come on, man. You got to be a little more gentle.
Look, if you're scared, say you're scared. Just like back in the day, you're like, oh, you afraid of your mama. I'm the same way. Yes, I am.
Oh, he pretty much said that. He pretty much said, I'm scared. That's pretty much what happened. Oh. Yeah,
and he has, J.D. Vance's brother running for mayor. That's your inroads right there. You got J.D. Vance there, but of course they would never give an audience to Ken Anderson. come on now. And he said the book has been out there for 25 years. I don't think it's been, or 20 years or whatever. I think it's been out there that long, but still,
Probably.
you didn't have it out there that long, and no Republican has saying, yes, we are going to champion this Negro and his reparations plan. It ain't going to ever happen.
Tria says, what did Brent do? Ken Anderson was on talking to Lincoln where they were having a nice, pleasant Republican to Republican conversation. And Brent called in and just turned over the whole apple cart and start asking, he start grilling Ken Anderson about his reparations tax plan and why he won't ever bring it up to Republicans. And so he started asking him, which is something that I learned that people don't like. He started asking him specific questions, and when he asked him a specific question like, what Republican politician have you presented this plan to, Ken Anderson said Greg Landsman, who's clearly not a Republican. And then when Brent went to clear it up, said, no, Republican. What Republican? Ken said, oh, I gotta go. I got stuff to do. I ain't got time to be answering no questions. I got places to go and things to see. And so, yeah, he ran him off.
Yeah, and what he tried to do, he tried to change up my question. Because that's what they do, too.
That is one of
they will change the question that you ask and like, oh, you talking about Al Sharpton like he's a politician that can get anything passed. And you talking about Democrats when they ain't in power. We talking about Republicans. You're a Republican. So come on now. So it's too easy. But if you are so enamored by, the gift of free brown liquor, you're going to let it slide.
So yeah, he ran Ken Anderson off the phone. I was not really. I wasn't ashamed of you. I was a little proud. Like, yeah, I like that.
Oh, and I never told you what he did with the Friends page. Because, Ken Anderson was a member of the Friends page.
Oh.
And I put a post on there to a song called Hey, Look at These Raccoons. And it was a basket of raccoons, and then it transitioned into I put faces on those raccoons, and, Ken Anderson was one of the raccoons in the basket. So, he called himself getting back at me because one day I looked, I was like, good Lord, I got over 100 requests for membership in the group. I'm like, okay, this thing is fine. I've hit critical mass. It's finally blowing up. Man, I look and there's white person after white person after white person after known coon after white person. I'm like, oh, this Ken Anderson's doing. So he must have got on his little 20-minute segment they give him down the dial once a week and told them, sent that information to them. And I was like, okay, delete. I deleted every single last one of them, and I blocked and kicked him out because he's the type of Negro that'll try to get the whole group shut down, and I ain't having it. So
okay.
I'm sure he's pissed about that too.
Yeah,
they can be pissed.
They do that. They do go to their white friends to try to get them to do their bidding. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm like, really, you gonna play them games, but I can play them games too. I'm a little bit more petty than he is. But what I want to talk about? Oh, Diddy. Just a little bit about the Diddy.
All right.
Man, what kind of punk dog they got where they can take this dog and put him in the bathroom? That dog's supposed to be protecting the castle, ain't he?
I think it was like one of them little small dogs. Like if I recall, they had like a picture of the dog, or at least a picture of a dog. It was like one of them little pugs or something like that. So it wasn't no, based on what I saw, it wasn't no protection dog.
Okay, all right. And why does Diddy look like he would tell Cassie, you without me is like cornflakes without the milk?
I don't get that
if they said Orange Juice Jones walking in the rain.
Oh, I don't remember that line.
Yep. You don't remember that line? Yeah, he was like, you without me is like cornflakes without the milk. It's my world. You're just a squirrel trying to get a nut.
I remember that line, but I don't remember that
one. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cornflakes without the milk. Yep. But, yeah, so that was all on the Diddy thing. But I wanted to talk about dinners.
Okay.
And I don't remember the names of Michael B. Jordan, so I'm going to call them Creed and Killmonger.
Okay.
Creed is So you had the crazy one, and then you had the one that was more sensible. Both of them were still crazy because he shot a dude in broad daylight. But
hold on, spoiler alert again.
yeah, spoiler alert.
We are talking
Spoiler
about
alert.
Creed. If you haven't, Creed. We're talking about Sinners. If you haven't seen it, then you're gonna hear about it. We gave y'all a week.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So first of all, well, one of the things I noticed with the blood, it didn't look like blood. It looked more like muddy water. And I don't know if that was intentional or not, almost like water out the Mississippi River. If you've ever seen the Mississippi River, it's real muddy. And it was doing that Quentin Tarantino, spurting and everything. And what happened to the days of vampires just biting you, leaving two little cute holes in your neck?
Yeah,
were these zombie vampires? What's going on with that? Because that was.
I don't think they were zombie vampires. They were. I kind of by definition, vampires are a little bit zombies. At least in there, you die and then you come back as a vampire.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but they was taking out whole chunks and gnawing and eating, and it's like, okay, that's different. It just wasn't what I was used to growing up, with vampires. Because vampires, they didn't cast reflections, so you couldn't see them in the mirror and you couldn't take pictures. And I don't remember any scenes with mirrors, so
Well, you can watch all different kind of vampire stuff. And the lore is not always the same. There were a few things that they stick to, but the lore from movie to movie or story to story is not always the same.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they came up with their own lore. But about the blood, I think it was, number one, real blood is hard. It's hard to recreate the look of real blood, and so I guess they figured, we, from a creative standpoint, we gonna come up with, whatever we want to. And, when you watching a kind of supernatural horror movie, it is what it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And with the Chinese lady, once you saw she was about to pop off, they was all supposed to throw her out the window.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She'd have got her ass beat. My husband. Well, go on outside with your husband.
Go.
That's what I would have told her. Go on, but just kicked her ass on out. Yep.
And why didn't she? Well, look, if me and my wife trying to get out of there quickly, babe, you got to come with me. Let's both of us going out here. If either one of us gonna make it or ain't none of us gonna make it. So let's go together. We can jump in the car. We can take on off. But he went and was gonna bring the car around. I don't know where he had parked with that. But yeah, Chinese
now, hold on,
lady.
just refresh my memory, because I saw it a few weeks ago, and I don't really remember everything. Did he leave before they realized that they were vampires?
Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember. Because that whole thing was...
I'm right there with you. I don't remember if he left before they realized that they were vampires. And once you realize they vampires, ain't no let's go outside and do nothing. Like, we safe in here for right now. We gonna stay in here.
Oh yeah, we gonna wait this out, because apparently it wasn't even an hour before sunrise, which is like, come on now.
Right.
You just hold out. Then if your husband is not burned up, we know he's good. Because ain't no need to, drinking garlic and all that other good stuff. Let's see this. Oh, now with Killmonger and Harley Quinn, because I don't remember the white lady's name.
Okay.
The end scene and everything, they made it to the end, and like, okay, well, how many people did they turn along the way? How many people they bite to get up there to where they wearing Heathcliff Huxtable, sweaters and looking like...
I don't know. I mean, of course I don't know, because they didn't say, but they didn't seem like we're vampires who have to feed to live. I mean, I guess they do, but I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, but weren't they supposed to take on some of the... Well, I don't know. Maybe once the head vampire dude he got killed, they are now in control and not having his thoughts. And I don't know. I could be reading too much into it, but oh well. But even just one thing related to today, just thinking of the church and the ushers, like Tria, she's a senior usher. Tria, don't invite no one into the church. Just open the door, and if they don't walk in, close the damn door because they're probably a vampire.
Right.
And we gonna have to change up the invitation. The doors of the church is no longer opening. We just gonna stand up, have the two dudes hold their hand up in the air, and if folks don't come, they just don't come. So we can't take no chances. I still want to make it over the River Jordan. I don't want to make it as a vampire. Got to be redeemed. I don't even know. But even with all this, maybe Blake can call in. He can clear up a lot of this stuff to help us better understand this. So, but I think that is it. Just minor wrestling report. There's a pay-per-view this on Sunday, the AEW pay-per-view, which should be great matches. I don't know any of the storylines outside of what's his name. MJF did officially join the Hurt Syndicate, but Bobby Lashley is not still 100% on board. So I like how they're throwing that little nuance into the tension in there, because something's gonna happen. I think MJF gonna try to take over the Hurt Syndicate, and then they should just beat the holy hell out of him.
Okay, but I'm gonna have to check it out because I haven't watched AEW in I don't know how long.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna have to check it out because that sounds like an interesting story.
Yep. So you got the Jewish white boy in the faction with black folks. So that's comedy in and of itself. And MJF is a great talker. For him to be that young and great ring presence, okay in the ring, but he can he tells a good story. So he'll get there. He's only in his early 20s, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So he has a long career ahead of him, barring injury and stupid stuff.
All right.
But that's all I got.
Brent, I appreciate it.
All right, take it easy.
All right, 513-717 King, 513-717-5464. That's the number to get on board. Okay, we're talking about sinners. I want your take on it. What questions do you have? Let's go to the phone. CK.
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Emanuel Livingston?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Man, I was good. I was listening to your show, and it was the part of the movie where you was talking about when you trying to get, like, when it's time to put in work, and then you say, let me out the car.
Yeah.
Ain't that what you were saying?
Yes,
Listen,
absolutely.
Listen, man, if we ain't talking about going to cut no grass, doing a moving job, like you said, ain't nobody. Listen, you talking about you going to shoot up some people? Are you serious? I don't roll like that, Livingston.
Right.
I don't want to go to the penitentiary, man. Well, I don't want to get killed because, like you said, just because you rolling up on people don't mean they ain't dumping back at you.
Right.
You feel me? Your
Right.
gun ain't the last gun they made. You
Agreed.
know that, right?
Yes.
So you must tell, like you said, to stop the violence completely, you must tell the truth. When you go to prison, it smells. Do you know what penitentiary smell like?
No, I've never been to the penitentiary.
Okay, I'm gonna break it down in percentages for you.
No, wait a minute. Wait. Before you break it down, have you ever been to the penitentiary?
Yes, as a, the straight scared, and it worked, boy.
Okay.
Straight scared, boy. It was like a horror movie.
All right, tell me.
Listen, 58. Okay, break it down. The smells. 58%, 58.5% booty hole, 17.2% funky feet, and the other is armpit. You see what I mean? The women coming in with their fragrances, COs, that don't even hit you unless they walk past. The whole funk, the funk alone is enough to keep you out. We're not talking about, don't you know 100% of inmates are sexually violated when they go to prison. And if you don't believe me, ask somebody that's been incarcerated. Every one of them are violated.
Okay, I don't know that to be true. I've never been there.
Of course you don't know. I'm just saying, you talk to the people that have been, and then
To be honest, hold on. Let me be honest with you. I know a few people who have been, and I've talked to them about some of their experiences. But to be honest, I've never asked any of the people that I know that's ever been to prison if they were sexually violated, because I feel like that ain't none of my business.
Of course, but we have to communicate to the youth and teenagers of the world what goes on in prison is a teenager goes in there, he gets violated by a grown man. A lot of 17-year-olds cannot defend themselves against a 33-year-old who's been doing 1,000 push-ups a day for 14 years. So they get assaulted, and then they become predators in their 30s. And it happens all over again. It's like a freaking cycle, Livingston. But they don't really tell you about this because of the shame that you were speaking about earlier. Remember? It's shame when you're a man and you get sexually violated. Most men won't never tell anyone. You do believe me, don't you?
I don't know. I have no idea.
If you were violated and somebody took your manhood, say you was 22, would you speak about it now? Or would you be ashamed?
I don't know.
Thank you. You know. You just
I don't know. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know if I'd be ashamed or not.
How many men have told you that they've been sexually violated?
None, but I don't be running around asking either.
How many women have told you they've been sexually violated? There it is. Hesitation got him. He's up against the rope, Tim. He's not getting up.
I don't know if you understand how that works. But I think
you just said, hold on, you said none. And then when I went to the woman, it was hesitation. You couldn't even answer the question.
Right, I had to think. You didn't get me. I just had to think. Because I think...
Why do you have to think for the man? But you have to think for the woman. That's a dead giveaway.
A dead giveaway of what?
The answer. If you could answer one so clearly and precise, and then the next one you hesitate, the next one must be a different answer. So now that you thought about it, have you come up with an answer?
But I don't know what you think that proves.
Listen, sir, you're talking to a freaking mastermind. You said, I don't know if that's true. I said, they don't tell you because of the shame. Men are ashamed of being violated. Women can talk to you about it. It's part of their journey if that happens to us.
Look, I would argue that I probably know a whole lot more women than two who's been sexually violated that didn't share because it wasn't none of my business.
And my point is, it is all of our business. If we would like to stop the violence in Cincinnati, you must communicate to the kids what goes in prison, the smells, and the sexual violation. This will keep them out of the penitentiary, sir. You must stop living a lie, acting like you said, tough. No, everybody wants to get out the car. Please let me out. I don't want to go to jail. Who wants to go to jail? Who wants to get shot? Nobody. Have you ever met somebody that told you, I want to go to jail? Yeah, I want to get shot. Have you in your life?
I've met people who said they don't care about whether or not they go to jail.
Yep, there's a difference. There's a difference. So you tell the youth with the truth about what happens to them when they go to the penitentiary.
Okay.
If your anus would be the size of a golf ball after probably 4 months. You know what I mean? We have scientific research.
Again, I don't know if that's true or not. I can't
You
tell.
talk to the people that have been incarcerated.
I can't tell them what prison is like because I've never been there. And, instead of trying to tell them what prison is like, I think I would just try to convince them to not go to prison another way. Because, again, I don't know what happens in prison. But in all honesty, hold on. So who told you all of this?
1 out of 3 African American men will be incarcerated in America. So a number of African American associates, family members, and friends, associates, co-workers, they're everywhere.
And so they told you have a friend or a family member who told you that his thing was the size of a golf ball.
No. He
You said it. I'm just asking, how do you know the things that you're saying are true?
His girl.
And if nobody ever told you that, it kind of sounds like you making stuff up.
No. His girl. I don't know. He wouldn't tell me, but his girl, you know what I mean. She told me like, yeah. He said, she was like, yeah, his booty hole.
Wait, hold on.
You know what I mean?
Just so I'm clear, either a friend or family member of yours, you was talking to his you were talking to his girlfriend about his hole.
Yeah, we was in high school. And it just was a conversation. We was just talking about. She was just talking about, yeah, I got a dude. I'm like, for real? What's up with? Oh yeah, he in jail. And then she started telling me, she was like, yeah, and boom, she hit me with the PS at the end, like, man, this thing ain't that big. Like,
yeah.
I think that was her, but that was her way of telling me to stay out of the penitentiary.
Okay.
That's what it's little hints.
I'll be honest, I think you're making stuff up.
That's what I'm saying. See, this is your problem, sir. By you living such a sheltered life and growing up in the church and none of your family members being on drugs, you don't know what the fuck you ever be talking about.
But no, here's why I think you're making stuff up. That story changed that quick.
What?
Because
it didn't.
minute, no, it
I
did.
bet you I can be consistent.
It did. 1 minute, we were talking about your friend or relative's girl telling you that their hole was big. The next minute, it was just some random chick at the hospital who shared that information with you.
I said high school, sir. What is wrong with you? I said high school. That happened in high school when I told you when that happened. See, my truth don't change. You are the liar.
Wait.
You grew up in the church.
Hold on. What happened in high school? Either way, it went from being your friend or relative's girl to just a random girl telling you about somebody else who happened to be in prison.
See, that's the problem with you. You so messed up in the head, you don't listen to game. I just gave you examples of, I ain't saying everybody, and that's just how you know, what you throw at the kids. Like, look, you want your booty hole to be the size of a golf. That's how you keep kids out the penitentiary. Y'all know you done watched Scared Straight before.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you made up a story.
No, it was not. I'm saying maybe she made it. I'm just saying she told me that in high school.
Okay, that's fine. She told you that in high school, but the beginning of the story, it was your friend or relative's girl.
You're lying now. I told you. I said every person that goes in there has been a violator.
No,
now, I start giving you examples,
sir. I asked you, how would you know? You talked about your friend or relative, and you said, I asked you, so you and your friend or relative were talking about the size of his hole, and you said, no, it was his girl who told me.
Okay, but listen, sir. You know, I'm saying you got to stop playing stupid.
What about saying, you're right, Emanuel, I made that part up.
No, I'm not making nothing up. You're the one making stuff up because, listen, you so sheltered and you haven't lived no life that you always think somebody lying when they telling you the motherfucking truth. I told you the bitch rubbed my leg. You say, oh, you made that shit up. I don't believe
so wait a minute. So just so I'm clear.
So that shows you don't have no common sense.
Just so I'm clear, your friend or relative's girl told you about the size of their hole.
In high school, we was just having a conversation about her dude being locked up. That was one the things she left.
And that was your friend or relative who was locked up.
No, that was her boyfriend.
Okay, so who told you about the size of your friend or relative?
No, that
hole?
was just that. I'm just giving you that.
Right, you can say this is the point where you say, yeah, I made that part up.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
You got
so
to stop
then, wait a
saying that.
minute.
Hold
So
on.
then, who
Okay.
told you about your
I haven't
friend?
made nothing up. Hold on. You always lie and then say a motherfucker made something up. I didn't make shit up. I just told
All
you the
right.
bitch
So
told me
I'm
the shit in high
asking you
school.
a simple question about a story that you told me. You said
Mhm.
your friend or relative's hole was really big. I asked you, how did you know? So let's go back to that. How did you know your friend or relative's hole was really big?
Because the little young teenage bitch told me when I was in high school that her
Okay.
dude booty hole was open, the size of a golf ball.
Wait, so
Now
she,
where the fuck am
so
I lying? Now
she
where did I
told
lie?
you about your friend or relative's hole?
Huh?
So
You
she,
said what?
in high school, a girl told you about the size of your friend or relative's hole.
No, I said her dude.
So,
I ain't say my friend
okay,
or relative.
you did. You said your friend or relative's hole was
No,
big.
nigga, you keep on. That's what I'm saying. You get caught up in semantics. That's why
No,
niggas can't get nothing.
no.
Hold on. Let me.
I'm just
let me say this.
I'm just not gonna let you sit here and make up a
No,
story for the sake of making up a story.
Ain't nobody making up no motherfucking story. You don't believe shit. I told you several goddamn things that's true, and you always said it was you made it up. That's because you the dumb.
You mad at me
What
because
is
you
you
made up
talking
a
about?
story and I'm
not-
calling
no,
you
I'm
out
not
on
mad.
it?
No,
I'm
you're
giving
not
you every
proving nothing.
opportunity. I'm
No,
giving you every
You
opportunity
have
to make the
proven.
story
You have
true.
proven now. Hold on. You have proven that you just don't believe shit. Now, don't. It's just like a motherfucker don't believe you. You say you faithful to your wife. Who gives a fuck? That's just what you want to say to the motherfucking people. Like I said, if you was cheating on her, you wouldn't be on this motherfucker saying you cheating. So it ain't no use of saying you being faithful to her. That's just a bullshit ass agenda you trying to push. So you know what I'm saying? So who the fuck believes it? You could not believe whatever the fuck
What
you
are
want
you
to
even
believe.
talking about now? I'm talking
That's
about
what I'm
stuff
trying to tell.
that
I'm trying to tell you the
just
whole game. You got
said.
caught up in semantics.
I'm talking
I tried
about
to tell
stuff
you.
that you just said that apparently was not true.
So hold on, it's all true. Hold on, my whole thing is keeping kids out of penitentiary.
All right,
You trying to
let's
prove
just
me
stick
wrong
with that.
when I
Keep
said
your kids out of the
about
penitentiary.
them. You getting caught up in semantics. See,
All right,
this was wrong with black
so
folks.
there you
When
go.
a nigga trying to,
So
what's
let's
the
leave all the
overall
made up
goal I'm
stories
trying to do?
behind and let's just stick with the simple.
No.
Keep
You
your
the one
kids,
making up stories.
keep
You the
your
one ain't lived
kids
no
out of
fucking
the
life. That's why you
penitentiary.
don't believe shit.
Keep your kids
You
out of
ain't
the
lived
penitentiary.
no.
Can we agree? Can we
Hold
agree
on,
on that?
hold on.
Keep your kids out of the penitentiary. That's the message that we want to send, right?
Yes, but
All
you
right.
have to tell
So
them
then-
the
so
truth.
then there we
You're
go.
not, but you're avoiding the truth.
Now,
You don't want to
let's
tell them
just
about
end
the
on
violation they're
agreement.
going to receive in prison.
We can
That's what you're
end
trying
on
to skip
agreement.
over.
Keep your kids out of penitentiary. You agree with that, right?
Hold on, but for you why you want to leave out the sexual assault? They will be sexual assaulted if they go in there.
I'm just trying to get to a point. I don't want to hang up on you while you're talking. I want to get to a point where we
but
agree.
you got to stop being a fucking nigga that hates black
get to
folks.
a point where
you
we
got to
agree.
stop doing that.
Keep your kids out of the penitentiary, right?
And stop being a nigga that think you better than everybody. Stop acting like because you had a sheltered life that you could just sit back and judge people. Motherfucker, you ain't better than none of us.
All right.
And these motherfuckers in the comments ain't better than nobody. Y'all need to respect
Nobody.
what's
We're not
going
better.
on.
We're not better. But we want to keep our kids out of penitentiary.
But they ain't
right?
shit neither. Just because you judge them, and that don't mean you ain't
I'm
taking.
sorry. I try to end on a note where we could agree. I tried to end where we could agree. He clearly made up a story and then got caught. Don't be mad at me because you made up a story and got caught. Why are you mad at me? Because you made up a story. And I just asked you questions about the story. I didn't attempt to get you to tell me the story. We wasn't even talking about that. Just out of nowhere, you decided to come in talking about booty holes. We wasn't talking about that. And then you mad at me because you told us a bad story. Twin.
Hey, why you be doing us like that, man?
Doing what? Just
like
asking questions.
You be making us crash out like that, man.
All I did was ask a question. That's just a question.
Hey, you good, man. You'll be a good old anger management council coach. Somebody got anger, man. You'll make them crash out in a minute, man. You should have played in that movie. What's his name? Jack Nicholson and Adam Sandler when he hit that anger management movie.
I've never seen that.
Oh. She had to watch it one day. But you good. You real good, man. Hey, man, they don't put these young kids, man. You talked about food and everything, man. These kids don't put their emphasis, they foot down, how grandma used to do,
Mary
man.
Brown.
Huh?
Nothing. Go ahead, twin. I just had to answer a question Mary asked. Brown.
Yeah,
But
man.
Go ahead.
So, it ain't like it used to be, man. Like you say, the orange juice and all that crazy. I don't know what they be diluting that stuff with now, man. So, yeah. But CK, man, he got you today, man. He got you in the ring, in the rope, man, in the corner. You got out on him, E-Man, because ain't nowhere in hell, E-Man. I've been to the joint. Man, ain't nowhere in here I saw saw it with my own eyes and everything. But I've seen somebody, get cocked up out of there engaged in sexual activity. So, ain't nowhere in here. It's up to you if you want to be engaged into that crazy homosexual stuff. So, what he's saying, Emanuel, I ain't never seen that with my own eyes, man.
Well,
So,
I
I don't
mean,
know.
a lot of people believe that.
It's not like that, man. That stuff back in the 80s or something like that, man. It ain't like that, man.
When did you
Now,
go to jail or prison?
To prison?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got extradited from Cincinnati, Kentucky,
But when?
back
Like
in
what? When was it? The 80s?
Huh?
Was it the 80s?
No.
Just asking. I don't know. The 90s?
No, I got 05.
Okay.
04, really. And I got out like 08.
Okay.
So, what are you talking about, man? Back in the day and all that, because it's a whole, story about Cook County and the Stateville Penitentiary and stuff in Illinois. So, what are you talking about? That's way back in the day. I mean, it's up to you if you want to, they got separate joints like that, man, like murders and, sex offenders and all that in Illinois. They got certain joints like that where they seen you too, but what he talking about, I don't know what he talking about, or he just don't want to come out the closet or whatever, CK, but I don't know what he talking about. Either he been, sexually violated, or I don't know. The way he was talking, it seemed like he been violated. Ain't no girl go tell you no goofy stuff like that, but especially when the time he talking about, this girl told me this and that, she ain't gonna say that. But now right today, she probably didn't say that because they're exposing all these guys or whatever. Oh, I hear him. I do this and all that. Watch this, and I be on social media and all that. Like, yeah, and this dude I know, he's a sissy and stuff. He was like, hey, yeah, I cracked him. I said, what? And he put it out there. This nigga want to allow me, and he put dude bit. I'm like, I can't believe this fugazi ass nigga. He want to act gangster, but this nigga a cupcake. And they expose people like that. I seen it here, Emanuel. Dude talking about he ain't messing with me, and dude killed him right there on, what's that, Lincoln Avenue, a couple of years ago. So, damn, what CK talking about, it ain't even like that, man.
I'm going to be honest. I don't even really know what we talking about no more. I know.
That stuff he talking about.
Here's what I know. I was watching a show. It was on HBO, and the Booty Bandit was on there, and he talked about, doing stuff to people, and I believe
you talking about that snagger-tooth black dude with the glasses.
I believe so, and I believed it.
Yeah, I heard. Dude, something else.
I believe.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And I never wanted to go to. I didn't want to go to prison before I heard that, but I sure enough didn't want to go to prison after I heard that.
No,
man,
you
I don't want to
see,
be tossing no salad, and I don't want to be no other nothing. So you say what you want to say. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's not true. I just know.
Yeah.
I don't
they
want
do.
no parts of it.
They do some crazy stuff in there, but no, a lot of guys I knew, I grew up with, or they knew my father, my brother. That's how I got cool with them and everything. Most of the guys I know was really gangsters and they GDs and everything, but a couple of guys I, ran into on the street. My other, other gangs affiliate, whatever. And I saw them up in there, but other than that, the COs got that joint back. Back in the days, the inmate used to run a joint, man. The COs got that back. They ain't like that how it used to be. they're setting the deck up in a minute, but nah, what he talking about is rah-rah. He make believe, man. It ain't like that.
All right.
But they making it but I can't say, man, they make it comfortable for these little YNs today. Man, you can barbecue and have dang on cell phones. They going live up in the joint. So they make it comfortable for these little young niggas to go to jail now. So I told myself, Lord, just get me out this jam. I ain't selling no more dope or nothing. Because, hey, I can't come back here from listen to y'all stories, and I been here, this my third bid, ninth bid. Nigga, you crazy. You must like this. What'd you say, E-Man?
No, anything else about that? You finished? We finished about
That's
that?
it. What else on the new,
Did you
on the
see
menu?
the movie Sinners?
I watched a little bit of it. I ain't
What do you mean you
all that,
watched
man.
a little bit of it?
Man, I'm trying to watch The Shack, man. That's why I like watching. I don't too much, pay attention to stuff
So
like
you didn't
that.
see the movie?
To be honest, nah.
Then
Watch
why
the
not
few.
just say no? If somebody asks you, did you do something and you didn't do it, there's no shame in saying no. Did you see the movie
But if
Sinners?
I did a little bit of it and stuff, I can't say, I went there for a minute. I ain't like it. I left.
How
I
much
can
of
say
it did
that.
you see?
Huh?
How much of it did you see?
To be honest, about 10 minutes.
All right. So what happened in those 10 minutes that was interesting?
I just didn't like it.
Well, what did you see?
I forgot what it was. I just didn't see it. I didn't really look at it, man. I just saw 10 minutes. I was like, man, this.
Wait.
I don't too much like this.
Wait. Who was in this movie that you saw?
Come on, man. You trying to get, man, there's Michael B. Jordan and the rest of them in there, man.
All right. How did the movie start?
I can't recall how it started. I just know glancing at it and everything. I can't recall. What, you a prosecutor or
Wait a
something?
minute. How do
You don't believe? I'm about to cuss you
No,
out like
I don't.
CK.
I'm sorry, but I don't
No, I'm
believe
about
that
to
you
cut.
saw
No,
the movie.
you ain't about to. No,
I don't believe you
no,
saw
you're not
any
about to
of the
be a.
movie.
No, I only saw a couple of minutes of it.
But
man,
then
about
what did
10
you
minutes.
see? Tell me
I
what
can't
you saw.
recall.
Tell me
I
anything.
can't recall.
Anything that you recall.
Man, I can't recall what scene I saw. It was one scene, and then I didn't like it.
Well, what about I didn't see
Because
the
I ain't
movie?
with no scary.
You just,
I don't like scary movies.
what did you see that was scary?
I can't recall, man.
Just
I
say
just
I
know I
didn't see
saw.
the movie. Oh my God, y'all drive me so crazy. There is nothing wrong with saying I didn't see the movie.
Why would I lie though?
That's what I'm
got
asking. Why
I
would
got
you
it on.
lie?
No, I got it on Fire Stick, and people was talking about it on
if you
Facebook
saw,
and
look, if you saw the beginning of the movie, the very first scene of the
No, it
movie.
wasn't the beginning. I can tell you that. I fast forward. It wasn't the beginning of it. I know that. It wasn't the beginning. I can tell you that. I don't like too much scary movies, man.
The movie,
I
what scary happened?
I can't recall off of it, man, but.
You did not see the movie.
Oh,
Just say I
Christ.
didn't see the movie.
I'm not going to say that because I only saw a little glimpse of it. I didn't really pay attention to it because I was watching the shot. So I said, let me see what people talking about, and I turned away. I didn't really look at it.
Just so I'm clear. You was watching The Shy. You thought about Sinners.
I said I was going. I said I wanted to watch The Shy.
Uh-huh.
So I before I watched The Shy, I was looking at that for a minute.
So then you
said,
thought
man,
about
this shit
Sinners.
boring to me.
So then you
and I
clicked
turned it
on.
off.
Hold on. So then you clicked on the movie. And
Man, is you interrogator or
said,
prosecutor? What you trying to?
I
How
just
much
want to
you
make sure that I
I'm getting for
understand.
this?
I just want to understand. So you clicked
No,
on
I
the
ain't saying
movie,
understand.
and you
Just
said,
know I watched
don't
a little
want to
bit of
watch
it.
the beginning of the movie, so let me skip to somewhere in the middle of the movie. And you saw something that was so scary that made you turn away.
Man, it reminded me of just watching like The Matrix or some goofy stuff
There
like
was
that.
nothing in there that had anything that could remind you of the Matrix. That you can't even put those two together. Just say I didn't see the movie.
Just say I didn't watch the whole thing.
No, you didn't watch any of it.
Why would I say that and I watched some
You
of it?
clearly did not watch any of the movie. Why do y'all make this so hard? And y'all know I can't let it go when you just saying stuff that's not true.
Was you at my
Why?
crib when I was watching, man? When I was flicking
No,
through
neither
on the
were
fire
you,
stick?
because
Okay,
you
then
didn't
do you got a
watch
camera
it.
up here? Okay, do you got it, man? I'm not about to. Man, I'm having a good weekend, and I'm off today, and I go back to work tomorrow, and you not go blow, bring me out my baby chair, out my character, man. I'm not about to fall off my square because of your stupidity and what you trying to bring and cheerleading your cheerleaders and everything. So you be cool one minute, next you did not see, and you not
You
me,
didn't
and
watch
you
the
me.
movie. You
Okay, that's your
didn't.
belief.
You
If I would just
You
watch
didn't.
a little bit of it, I ain't
You
gotta
didn't,
watch
because-
what you want me to
because
say. I
you
watched the
said-
whole thing.
I can tell you didn't, because you said it reminded you of The Matrix. And there's nothing in that movie that could remind any sane person of The Matrix.
No, you had it. How they be showing all them phony scenes and all this and all. I don't like movies like that.
What phony scenes? There was
I'm
no.
just telling. I just don't like movies like that. I only watched a glimpse, so I didn't watch it all.
You didn't see it.
Oh,
You didn't see
okay,
it.
man. Okay. You want to come to my crib? I'll see my Addy and everything.
I have
You
no
want to come to my crib, and
I have
I'm gonna
no
show
idea
you.
to come to your
And
crib.
then you can see the history on my Fire Stick, what I watched.
You didn't watch it.
No, I'm gonna bring you receipt. Come over here so I can show you.
Why would I
I'll
come
send you
over
my
to your
Addy and my
house
no.
to see that you didn't watch the movie?
Since you don't believe me, I'm gonna show you the history and what time it was.
Everybody, because you're
I don't
talking
care what
about. You went just a little bit into the movie and it was so scary that you had to turn it off. But we all know, because spoilers here. The movie does not start off the initially.
I didn't see the beginning of the movie.
Jump scares in the
Didn't
movie.
I say I fast forward?
Right. So you fast forward it to the end of the movie?
No, it was like in the middle, I
Right,
believe.
and in the middle of the movie, there is zero scary. As a matter of fact, some might even say the middle could have been boring because it was really story heavy, and there was nothing scary going on in the middle of the movie. Literally, nothing scary going on in the middle of the movie. Nothing happened.
I just said I don't like scary movies and all
But
that.
it wasn't
I didn't say
scary.
it was a scary
That's what I'm
thing.
saying. You didn't
What part?
see it.
What part you didn't understand? I didn't say it was a scary movie. But to me, it sounds like, from the looks of it, it's like a demonic-ass movie where we live in
There was
today.
nothing demonic going on in the part of the
Okay.
movie that you claim that you watched. It was a
Okay.
movie about two dudes who went to Chicago, became gangsters, and they were kind of talking about, they stole some stuff from the Irish and from the whoever else, and they came to set up a juke joint. So it was all about them setting up a club. That was it. There was nothing scary, and that's how I know you didn't see it.
I know about that. So why would you say all that?
You didn't know any of
They
that.
said-
You didn't know any of that. All right, twin, you watched it. You got no thoughts
Lord,
on it,
you
though?
just
It was scary. All right.
You just running your blood pressure up for no reason.
No, you're right. You watched it. It was scary. You got no thoughts on it, but that's what we're talking about. I appreciate your call.
You know damn well I ain't watched that movie. So why you up there trying to clown your cheerleader? You know I ain't watched that movie. You see how I ran your ass off? I don't watch movies like that, man.
All right.
Okay, so why is you up there yin and all that? You know damn well I ain't watched that movie.
I did.
And
know
you
that
just
didn't
going
watch
off
the
for
movie.
no, you
I
going
just
off for
didn't
no
understand
reason.
why
See,
you
I
would
got
lie
your
about
ass
it.
back for
But-
what you did.
Oh yeah, you're right.
For what
You
you
got
be
me
doing,
back.
hyping the crowd and all
You
that. Yeah, I got him. I got him.
You got me.
Payback's a mud, ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I know I did. Now keep talking.
You got me.
No, you have a good. No, I'm just joking. I ain't watching you, man. Have a good weekend, man. You
All right.
barbecuing?
No. I'm chilling. I've got a couple dinners to go to.
Oh, you coming on Monday or you off?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. No, I'm definitely not coming on Monday.
Didn't you say you was off for a week or something like that? Thought you said you was taking off a week or two.
I will be taking off a week at the very beginning of June because I'll be in Baltimore. But no, I didn't say that.
Oh, that church conference and stuff.
Well, it's not a church conference, but yes, the
Oh,
gospel
concert.
show.
And why you gotta hate on Unc like that, man? Get that man his props. He can dance now.
Stop it. He can't.
He
But he
can
had
dance,
fun,
buddy.
and that's all that matter. He was having fun.
Righty.
That's all that matter. Hey, I
All right,
appreciate
have
your
a
call,
good
man. Have a
weekend,
great
man.
weekend.
Yep.
All right. That was Twin. Y'all know I can't just let it go. But I knew he was lying. I don't understand why. Why lie? Why not just? But okay. Just let it go, Emanuel. Just let it go. Anybody else? Anybody else? Oh boy. Caller.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. This is Michael Snackson.
All right. What's on your mind?
Nothing. I just wanted to, just commend you for, well, no. First of all, I kind of want to agree with CK a little bit. You one of these niggas that don't believe shit stink. You know what I'm saying? I told you my name is Etzel, and you like, I think that's made up.
I do. I didn't say it's not true. I just said I don't believe it. That's not saying that what you're saying is not true. It's just saying that I don't believe that your mama named you Etzel.
My grandmother did.
Okay.
She did domestic work for Etzel Kellogg, the heir, the main dude of the Kellogg family, the cereals.
Uh-huh.
And he didn't have a male heir, and she knew his name was Etzel, and then she told my mama like, yeah, I would like the name Etzel.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me that you may or may not be the heir to the Kellogg fortune?
No, I never said nothing like that. How could I? I'm not related to them. I said my grandmother did domestic work for them.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm laughing at you. Like, why is that so funny? My grandma did domestic work, just like every other black woman from the South did when she came up north.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Your cynicism bugs me.
Well, I apologize.
And Twin, yes, listen, sir, you're a 45-year-old middle-aged man. Why is you coming on the radio playing? Damn well I ain't watched that. After 5 minutes of trying to say, yeah, I watched it, blah, blah, blah. Dude, stop. That's that main character syndrome I was talking about the other day with the brother. You don't have to call the radio in front. We gain nothing from hearing your voice. There's nothing substantive that comes from your voice on a daily basis. Matter of fact, you lose your power. What they say, absence makes the heart grow fonder. We can't grow. We can't appreciate you niggas when you're calling every day. Think about that sometimes. Say some of these stories. There are 50-year-old women in this audience. They don't want to hear about jail. You understand?
I do.
But I digress. There was something that you were talking about.
Sinners?
There was something that they were talking about that I wanted to really, really get into, but it kind of grabbed my goat. But have you ever noticed that, like, the new currency on social media is black people beefing?
No.
Every time you look up, it's like rap. It's like podcasts are the new rap music. Everybody's beefing with each other. RG3 and Ryan Clark over what's her name? The basketball playing girl.
Clark, yeah.
Yeah, Caitlin Clark and Angel Reed. Rappers over podcast beefing. Cameron, Chad Ochocinco. Just everybody's beefing. It's like what did this become the new currency? Spark up a beef online and, try to draw followers to your podcast and whatnot. Like, this stuff is sickening.
I'm not sure that that's what it is. I think what it is kind of what I was talking about earlier, is everybody is, it's like everybody has to have this mentality, as I was saying earlier, just oh my mama mentality. I'll do whatever to you. And two people in society now seems like it's difficult. People have been convinced that everybody had to be beefing with everybody, and that's the way it's supposed to be. And clearly you and I know it's not, and it's not attractive, it's not appealing, it's none of that, but that's what's happening.
Oh yeah, at this point it's insufferable. Because at my age, I don't like hearing aggression, all the harsh grammar and people talking greasy to each other. Shannon Sharp and Steven Jackson and Mike Epps, all that shit, it's just getting it's become insufferable at this point. Like, we've got to get a grip as a community. Okay, who's dating what, who's married to what, all this other shit everybody mad about, Shannon Sharp, who he dating and all this. Like, we've got a real big issue here. Because that stuff about black fatigue is real, because black folks is tired of black folks.
Okay.
Read the comments. You know what I'm saying? They're black folks are tired of certain N-word stuff that goes on this on this show.
Yeah.
From certain callers. You know what I'm saying? But I digress, because like I said, I try to hold my calls to 4 minutes a second. I can't believe I'm saying this. Congratulations to the gentleman in Dallas. Y'all know his name. That's homie's name. I don't speak it. But he finally, in 4 years of calling podcasts and radio stations, he finally got a radio win. Finally. After riding Glenn's dick for the last few years of
Wait, didn't you just finish talking about how insufferable all the beefs are? Let that beef go.
But
let it go.
This beef been going on for years. Now, fuck cuz. This beef been going on for years because, and you know that, because he brought it to this show. I tried to dead it like that was another show. We ain't doing that here over the Emanuel show, and he brought it here anyway. And I've been very light on it. But I've been very light on it because I could have went in on it. I mean, I could have made him commit suicide.
But you could just drop it now.
I did. That's why I started the thing off by saying I want to commend him for finally getting a radio win.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? He be talking shit and everything and trying to talk slick, but it really just ain't him. And you can tell it's very uncomfortable. It's really not him. He's the Milli Vanilli of callers. No matter how hard he tries, it just ain't him. It's been real, Emanuel. I had fun. And we'll try this again sometime next week. Y'all have a good holiday. Make sure your Franks is charred, black as hell. Don't nobody like no Franks without the grill, without grill markings at least on them, if they're not charred and black and crusty.
Yeah, they should be black and crusty.
Exactly. But hey, y'all have a good holiday, and Michael Snacks and holler at y'all again. But until then, oh!
All right, thank you for your call. Hold on, let me reset this. We get that crackling stuff going on. Let's go here. Okay, if you want to talk about sinners, you can feel free to give me a call. 717-KING, 717-5464. Yeah, we were talking about sinners. I don't know how he got to jail. Big booty holes or none of that stuff. I don't know how he got there. Because we were talking about the movie Sinners. Oh, some of y'all just cracked me up. He was named after the Kellogg dude. I don't know why that's funny to me. James.
E-man.
Yes.
Did your last caller just do what he said he gets tired of?
He did. He went to beefing.
Okay, so your last, 3 callers, CK, I'm excluding Twin, in this last caller. Wow, man, what a Friday.
But did you see the movie Sinners?
No. I went Twin. I don't watch that type of crap.
What type
I
of
just
crap?
don't. Scary, horror, I guess.
Okay, why not?
I have never watched it, actually. It goes back to maybe my childhood. Because back then, The Exorcist came out. And I never watched that. And it was just a carryover. I just never watched it. Never was entertained by it.
Okay.
So I don't watch. I haven't seen any scary movies. Probably none. And I rarely watch movies. And, unless it has and it's funny, that movie has a majority black cast, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the strange part. I normally watch movies that have either all black cast or a majority black cast.
Okay.
So I don't watch any movies or sitcoms that is pretty much all white. I just don't. I don't have any interest in it. And the only sitcoms or movies I do watch is the ones that my wife would be interested in.
Oh, don't tell me you watching that Tyler Perry stuff.
No, she's not into that, actually. Thank God. Oh boy. But
Hold on. Let's explore this just a little bit. Why? Why are you against watching a scare? Like, what do you think? Are you not watching it for some spiritual reason? Are you not watching it because you don't want nightmares or you don't want to be scared? Like, why do you not watch them?
Okay, as a child, I didn't watch them because of that. I didn't want to be scared. I didn't want to wake up in the middle of the night. So that's why. As I got older, I just didn't find those interesting at all.
But how do you say you don't find them interesting if you've never watched one?
That is true. It just doesn't. That's something that doesn't pique my interest.
Can I suggest that maybe you try one and it might be interesting to you?
No, I pass.
Okay.
I'm not willing to waste 2 hours on something that I know I'm not going to be interested in.
But you don't know because you never tried.
Again, you're correct, but it's like how can I say this? It's like cheese. I never eat cheese. I didn't eat cheese as a younger child because I was allergic to it. And now that I'm an adult, I've never eaten cheese because I'm like, okay, I'm not missing any.
Well, no, it's reasonable to not eat cheese if you're allergic to it. That's reasonable. And to,
But I'm not
even
allergic
as
to all cheese.
even as an adult, you might be allergic to it. And, you don't want to die
Right.
because you ate no cheese.
Right, I want to take that
But
chance.
that's
Exactly.
slightly different than watching a different genre of movie. And I'm
I
telling you,
understand.
this particular movie, it's not like you got like the first 30 seconds that might, startle you. And then you got, and I'm not, time-wise I'm off, but you got like 2 hours of movie that's just a story. It's just a relatively interesting story. And then at the
That
very
was made
end,
up in a room with a group of people, correct?
say that one more time.
A story that was created in a room with a group of people.
More than likely.
Okay, so what's the big deal? It's make-believe, it's fake, so why would I want to waste my time? I'm not going to get anything from it.
Wait,
Now,
so
if it was an action
that's
picture,
that's
I
made
would
up in a
probably
room
watch
with a
it.
group of people too.
I know, but it has action in it. I'm a former military person, so that type of action interest. I have interest in that.
This
I
movie
don't have
has
interest.
action in it.
Yeah. Okay. If you say
They're
so.
both, I believe, they're former military people.
If you say so. I mean, I have no doubt. I have to take your word for it, but you're not going to convince me that I should spend 2 hours watching it. It's just not going to happen.
Okay, all right.
There's a lot of other. I mainly watch mainly sports,
Okay.
and if it's not sports, I don't really watch it.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that's how it is, man.
I mean, it is what I just, was hoping that maybe you would consider expanding
No.
your range of entertainment.
I'm 60 years old, man. I don't care about that stuff.
Okay.
It's hard for a person like myself who is set in their ways to kind of change.
Okay.
And it's funny. People have been trying to get me to go watch, scary stuff probably since I was like 10 or 12. And I'll just be like, nah, I pass.
Okay.
Even my kids be like, take us to see such and such. Yeah, I'll take y'all, but I'm not sitting in there.
All right. Hey, I respect it. I respect it.
My question to you is, why can't you just let stuff go, man? You and Twin were having a pretty good conversation until you wouldn't let that go.
Because there's I believe sometimes, and kind of for me all the times, not all the time, but a lot of times, people need to be called out when they're quite obviously lying or whatever.
I agree with that.
Because if you don't, it makes them think that you believe the nonsense that they saying. And then they're more apt to continue to embellish and lie and all that kind of stuff. And then you got a whole situation where there's no way to... Sometimes people just have to be called on stuff. And I believe that that's a part of what I was created for, to call people on certain stuff.
No, you did say that.
I really
Well,
do. I don't think it would, stuff like that would bother me so much if I wasn't created to call it out.
Okay, but I kind of like when Twin calls because it's part educational. It's part some of his stuff, some of your back and forth with him, just be funny as hell. And I don't know if y'all are doing this on purpose or what, but some of it just be funny as hell. But why do you seem to have this knack for getting under people's skin?
I don't know. I've asked that question I don't know how many times. I have no idea.
Because when you were talking to CK, I mean, that just went left quick. I mean, at first you guys were talking about the kids being aware of not going to jail, and then all of a sudden it just turned weird.
I don't know why it turned weird. I have no idea. Because, and again, I feel like it's because he said something that I did not believe, and so I kind of called him.
Well, he said several things that were just an outright lie. 100% of the people that go to the penitentiary do not get. What did he say?
Or
I
is
don't
it,
want
we'll
to
just
make
say
up
sexually assaulted.
Okay, that's not true. That can't be true. And how could you prove it? He just said grown men won't admit it. So how would you know?
Maybe
I mean, that's where his conversation kind of was like, did you realize you just said 100% of them people that go in gets violated, but the men won't tell. So how do you know they're getting, raped or assaulted? Like, how would you know? And it sounded personal to him.
It did sound a little personal. But I asked him, and he said
Not
he never
saying
been
that
in
it
prison.
happened to him, but it was like, damn, dude, you're like pissed about this. And he's so, he is funny, man. He is animated. Do he have like problems?
He says he doesn't.
Okay, well, okay. Wow, man. That's kind of surprising to hear.
I thought
Because
he had
he sounds as though
a little Asian caretaker, but he says he doesn't. He said he don't.
I thought that was just a joke, man.
No.
That's funny. But yeah, this is wow. These plans are flying awfully close. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, man, this has been an entertaining show.
All right. Well, I'm glad.
I'm glad I'm not going off on you or anything.
So am I.
I just think the whole thing is funny, man.
So am I. Well, all right. Let me get some more callers in here.
Okay, sir, you have a good one.
All right, and enjoy your holiday weekend.
I will try.
All right.
Bye.
All right. That was James. Let me reset this line again. All right. 513-717-KING. That's 513-717-5464. And we were supposed to be talking about Sinners. We were supposed to be talking about the movie Sinners. Look, y'all can't blame me. I brought it up. I started talking about it. And then people started calling. And I take their calls. And apparently the people who want to talk about Sinners won't call. So that's not my fault. That is not my fault. I guess theoretically, I hear y'all saying, in theory, Emanuel, that kind of is your fault, because if you wanted to talk about Sinners and people called and they were not talking about Sinners, you could have said, hey, we're talking about Sinners. Call and talk about that some other time. But y'all know I talk to people. Jerika Vaughn.
Am I clear to talk about Sinners? Because everyone who's called in, none of them have seen it.
You
Except
sure
for Brent.
You don't want to talk about jail or booty holes?
No, I don't want to talk.
Oh,
Oh my God. That was, oh my God. I don't know what you do to these men that cause them to get so upset so quickly. The fact that CK, and I know CK doesn't like me, and that's okay. I love everyone. But the fact that CK got that upset when you called him out about what he said, because I was lost as well, and I was going to, call to get clarification because I couldn't understand what happened. I thought maybe I missed something because I didn't know if CK said he did go to prison or he did not go to prison. Did he say that?
he said he went to Scared Straight.
No, he said he went to straight scared. He said he went to straight scared. And I was wondering, is that a facility? I knew about Scared Straight, and he corrected it later, so it made sense to me. But he said that he went to straight scared. Okay, so he'd never been in prison. Because from what it sounded like, it was as if he was disclosing that he himself had been violated. So I didn't know if that's what he was saying. So I was just lost. And then because I believe him, right? I do believe that there are a lot of men who are sexually assaulted in prison. So I was waiting for like the statistics or something, and then when you asked him, how do you know this? Again, I thought he was going to come with something, some research. And he said from friends and family. So I thought, hell, he comes from a very close family because they share stories of being sexually assaulted. Not my family, but his, and, everyone's different. But then he said, no, it was from a high school kid who was talking about the booty hole of her boyfriend who's still incarcerated. And CK was a teenager too, or was he visiting the high school, or was this his girlfriend? Like, I was lost. So maybe I missed something.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
You didn't.
So the high school girl was just talking about her boyfriend's booty hole to CK.
Apparently.
I've never known a man to entertain a conversation about another man's booty hole, or why there's even an interest.
Which is why
How would that even come up?
Because initially he said it was a friend or relative's girlfriend. Said it was his girl who told him. And that's why I was thrown off. Like, you was talking to your friend or relative's girl about they hole? And then he's like, no, it was a girl in high school. I'm like, okay. So, yeah, the whole thing was weird.
But how did... okay, maybe he just didn't... Maybe he left that part out, because I was wondering how that even came up. Like, how are you in school talking about booty hole to another man? And who's looking at a booty hole in high school?
Nowadays, I could see it, because that girl's sexy
because
red
there's songs
or whatever.
about booty holes. I'm not even going down that road, but now I could get it. Like Twin said, and I can't believe I even agreed with this man. I was just like, something must be fucking wrong with me. But yes, I agree. Nowadays, understandable, but back then, as a teenager, and again, why another man would be interested in another man's booty hole and you're not interested in booty hole is beyond. But, thanks for clearing all that up. And then we segued into Twin because, of course, you crashed him out. But he got you. Both of them were like, I got you. Payback is a mother. Like, I couldn't get that either. They were just like, bazinga, we got you. And then it made no sense. It didn't make any sense. But I don't understand why Twin felt the need to lie. Like, was he trying to lie and then he got caught up in it and he was like, you know what, let me bail out of this? Or was he really trying to get you? What do you think?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't know. It didn't make sense to lie about that at all.
Yeah.
But he had receipts and everything.
Yeah, he did. When he said he watched 10 minutes of it and then he had to walk out because it was scary, but then said he was watching it on his Fire Stick. So I did, again, ball of confusion. I thought maybe I missed something, but
it reminded him of The Matrix.
It did, but it was a scary part that he had seen, but he couldn't remember the scary part.
Yeah.
Because it was demonic with fake flashbacks.
Yes.
But he couldn't remember it. It was that scary that he suppressed it to where he does not recall it at all. And it was the middle of the movie. How you know it's the middle of the movie if you've never seen it or if you just fast forward it through, I have no idea. But there's that. And he wanted you to come over. What is up with him inviting you places? Remember the last time he tried to invite you up to Kroger to meet behind the
behind the dumpster. I'm sorry. I like Twin, but I can't meet up with anybody who's ever threatened to have somebody run up in me.
He did.
We would not be having a meetup.
He said, come to his house. He's going to show you receipts. Oh, and why did your wife catch a stray in CK's crash house?
Oh, yeah.
What was that?
I
was like, damn, that was luck.
He was really, he got really upset, and somehow I'm cheating now. I don't know.
Right. you might come on here acting like you this faithful husband. Nigga, you know you out here slanging it in them streets. So, so stop saying the shit. I was like, I've never heard him even say anything about being faithful to his wife on the show, but maybe I was one I missed. But, yeah, so Two Sinners. I don't even know if there's anything to discuss anymore.
No, what about it? What about it?
What is there to discuss? Okay, so go with me on this. So I don't know, because this has been people's theories. So which one survived? Was it Stack or Smoke that survived?
I don't know them apart.
I don't either. So let's just go with Stack. I don't know. Sierra probably is in the comments. I can't see. I don't know how Key does that, but yeah. So the one that survived, it is believed that he was locked inside of the juke joint when the KKK members came to kill everybody, because they thought that the people were still in there, but they weren't, of course. And Smoke killed all of them to prevent them from opening the door, catching Stack, and killing him. What were your thoughts on that? Have you heard that? Have you thought about
I
how he
hadn't heard
survived?
that, and that kind of doesn't make sense to me, because remember he said to the Caucasian lady, was that Mary?
I think so. I think it was Mary.
Remember when the whole battle was going on, he said to her, "Let's get out of here," and they left.
Did they?
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing him leave. I recall seeing her running away.
Yeah, no, they ran away together. He was like, "Let's get out of here." Right?
No.
Or hold on. Somebody tell me on my
No,
own
'cause
base.
remember the last scene with the brothers, it was him on top of, it was Stack on top of Smoke, and he was about to kill him, and he said, "I've always protected you," and he said, "I still will," or something like that, or "You always have," or something, and then it went off of them.
Right, but then later on, when they were outside and dude was in the water fighting, you know, trying to kill the singing guy. I'm horrible with names, so I don't know nobody's names. But when dude was in the water trying to kill the singing guy, he was like, he said to Mary, like, "Let's get out of here," because you know he's seen this is all bad. This is not about to end well, and the two of them ran away.
Sierra, I don't recall him being outside at all after that scene. Like the scene of this with the two brothers, I don't recall him coming outside at all. I recall them all going to the water, but I don't recall him being there at all.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look back at that. I don't recall that part, because that's why I was like, "Oh, okay, that makes sense," because you don't see him anymore.
Yeah,
I didn't see Stack run.
Yeah, they booked up out of there.
Oh, okay. Well, I need to look back at that again. Okay, so I guess that theory is debunked if they run. So maybe Smoke killed everybody simply because they knew, and they were KKK members.
Yeah.
So why didn't he run off with his brother? Well, he wanted to die to be with his.
Yeah, to be with the
woman
baby.
in the baby.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that was a good ending, though. I thought it was a good ending.
I guess.
Are you giving feedback, or am I just like pulling teeth here? What are your thoughts,
No,
Aaron?
I thought I was giving pretty good feedback. I corrected you on the whole thing about them running.
Oh, because you corrected me, you're absolutely right. You
Yeah,
gave amazing
yeah.
feedback. I'm talking about moving on to another one.
But
Gosh.
I don't know if I loved that as an ending. But, you know, people like happy endings and all of that kind of stuff. So people like happy endings. I don't know that I loved that as an ending. I would have actually rather seen him kill the KKK people and get away and live a full life. And then when he die, then, yeah, him and the baby and the mama is one or whatever. But I'm not a big fan of happy endings, so to speak.
Oh, okay.
So, even though he died, so that doesn't make it a happy ending, but, you know, they were like together. That's not a big fan of that. I would have really rather seen him, you know, make it. Like, it would have been cool if he survived, and then him and his brother, like,
and Mary
somehow
lived together,
hooked up and worked together. Because now, you know what I'm saying,
now
he got this ace,
people.
You know.
Okay, that would have been a crazy ending. That, like, very crazy. Like, they just all lived together.
Now
The
they
two
don't even
vampires.
have to live together, but like, you know what I'm saying? He could go on and, you know, become this big gangster juke joint guy, and anybody who come for him, anybody who challenge him,
His brother could eat them.
exactly. Like
Gotcha.
he's untouchable now. You know, they got
Yeah.
that thing.
I get it. Yeah, that absolutely makes no sense. But I get that you like it. But yeah, that's really far fetched. But now, did you ever figure out or read anything about the guitar being put back together after it was clearly damaged?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I didn't read about the guitar being. It was destroyed. It wasn't just
It was
damaged.
destroyed. Yeah, it was destroyed.
Totally destroyed. But when he pulled it out at the end, it was all.
Yeah,
Maybe he
it
just.
was reassembled.
Yeah, he just rebuilt it or something. I don't know.
Well, how would he have gotten the piece off? Well, the dude died, so he would have gotten it out
Yeah,
the water.
he
I
died.
guess.
He
I don't
burnt
know.
up, you know, ash, all of that kind of stuff. So maybe he just
Yeah.
gathered all the pieces.
Maybe. I wish Sierra would call in. Sierra's seen it. Too bad Shahara isn't listening today. 'Cause I didn't think I saw her in the comments. But I don't think there's anything else that we haven't discussed in regards to it. Did you see the, what's it called? The Wakanda tree in the cotton field when they went to pick up cornbread? Did you notice that?
I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
I don't have anything else.
Okay. Well, like I said, I think because we discussed that other piece about.
We did. Leave that where it lay, because
the
I don't
vampire.
think you are going to change your mind, and neither am I. We're gonna let that one go. I don't want to crash out on you like the gentleman did. Why are the men so emotional? You know what? Typically with talk shows, you have females and you have a good mixture of female and male, right? Female energy is different than male energy. You know, we can save that for another day. But typically you have women being more emotional, right? Because we're emotional beings. The men that you have that call in are very emotional. I don't know if it is because of course sometimes unhealed childhood trauma turns into adults and they're still children mentally. So it could be that. I don't know. But you have some very emotional men. It's like no holds barred at all. They will go off on whoever. It's just really odd. It's very strange behavior. Have you noticed that?
I've noticed it.
Okay.
And ain't nothing I can do about it, but
Well, it's not because
yeah,
they're grown men.
I have noticed it. Hold on, let me ask you another question about this tree, about this Wakanda tree.
Uh-huh.
What is it supposed to mean that the Wakanda tree was there?
It's a tribute to the Black Panther. The guy who played Black Panther that died. It was a few things throughout the movie that were like they paid homage to him.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's it.
All right. Well, hey, I
All right.
appreciate you calling, and I
All right, talk
appreciate
to
you
you later.
actually talking about the movie.
Yes, absolutely. And stay faithful to your wife. Bye.
All right. Oh, yes. All right. Hold on. Let me reset this again. All right. If there's anyone else who wants to call, talk about sinners, just things that people didn't catch or, you know, whatever. I still contend that the brother who got turned into the vampire should not have had to get permission to come back in. It doesn't make sense. He was in. It's his place. Again, the idea of that is, so if a vampire comes to my house and bites me and turns me, I'm at home now. I can never leave my house because if I leave, I can never come back in because there's nobody there to invite me in. That doesn't make sense. So, but again, I thought the movie was good. I would say, yes, go see it. Go support those brothers and yeah, I would say go see it. Alexander says he never asked for permission to come back in, so that's moot. He didn't have to ask for permission to come back in. He couldn't just go in. He was stuck outside with all the other vampires. He couldn't just come in. He needed permission to come in. Otherwise, he could have left. You know, when what did they do? Garlic or whatever it was that he had to end up leaving. He could have left. He could have snuck in the back and start killing people. Any of that kind of stuff. But he didn't, because he couldn't. Sear says he didn't try to go in, though, because he couldn't. He wanted to kill the people just like everybody else did. If he would have been able to go in, he could have just flew up, bust in through one of the windows or something, snuck in, grabbed the singing dude. I'm sorry, I don't remember nobody's name. Grabbed the singing dude and brought him outside. That would have been that. Black Lion, Constitution Tuesdays are not gone. I was just thinking about how to make it better and more informative. I'm almost there. Sierra said no, he wanted Smoke to join him outside. He could have just went in and snatched him out. When he was standing there at the door and dude was he could have just went in, snatched him, and brought him out. He couldn't go in. He couldn't enter because he had not been invited. J. Rose said he should have never left out. I agree. And says he was a vampire when he left, so he had to be invited back in. But it was his spot. It was his place. It doesn't make sense that you have to be invited back into your own place. Alexander says Remick was in control of the vampires. Anyway, they wanted the people to come out and make a choice to become vampires. No, they didn't. The what was his name? Cornbread or whatever? He didn't make no choice to become a vampire. They snatched the day up when he was outside peeing. They didn't care about him making a choice to become a vampire. The brother who became a vampire, he didn't make a choice to become a vampire. He was just trying to get the draws. And, she slipped it in on him. Nah, they wanted him out there, and they would have, snatched him out. Like, at some point, didn't somebody reach out and he grabbed his arm and he tried to bite him because the arm was outside, and then he shot him? That wasn't I want you to volunteer. No, that was, if I can get that arm, I got you. Gotcha, bitch. That was one of those. So they wasn't trying to get him to volunteer. They just couldn't get in to get after him. Give it up. Nothing in Hollywood makes sense. That's true. That's what happened when you mess with the white women. That's what that white woman got him caught up. All right. J. Rose says it wasn't their spot. It was their spot. Whose spot did you think it was? Am I toasting today? No. No, I'm about to go upstairs and eat some leftovers. I got some work to do here, and then my busy weekend starts. Why did Black Sister have to die? What Black Sister? Well, I had to say I was very much against the what is it? I was against not the mother of his child, but the girl that, what was his name? Sammy? The girl that Sammy hooked up with. I was very much against her. I was rooting for her to die. I was rooting for her to die. I wanted somebody to snatch her ass out or push her ass out or something. I was rooting for her to die. There was a few things about her that rubbed me the wrong way. Number one, she was married, but still messing around with that dude who was a kid and she was, an adult. Why are you messing around, you grown woman, grown married woman, messing around with a kid? I don't like that stuff. I don't like that kind of stuff. If you cheating on your spouse, you deserve to die. If you cheating on your spouse, you deserve to die. So kick her out. Kick her out. They were both young adults. She was grown. He was more of a kid. That's the way I perceived it. She was grown. He was more of a kid. But bottom line is she was married. She had no business messing around. Kick her out. Let the vampires get her. No, I didn't have a problem. Look, I understood Daryl, him eating the musty stuff. Because I'm going to just say I understood. I don't, you know what I'm saying? When I go to eat a bologna sandwich, I don't dip the bologna sandwich in water first. You know what I'm saying? I want to taste the bologna sandwich. Don't bring it to me fresh out the shower. I know that sounds crazy. Don't bring it to me fresh out the shower. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not in to taste the soapy water. You know what I'm saying? I'm not into no, don't dip my bologna in water before you give it to me. Don't dip my steak in water. Well, for me, I don't really eat steak, my chicken breast. Don't dip my chicken breast in the water and then give it to me and say, eat this. No. I want all the flavor to come with it. I'm just saying, I'm just telling the truth. I just, Y'all can say what y'all want to say. Dina, I made you a nice, fresh chicken breast. I grilled it, the whole nine. It's perfect. It's perfect. Now I got a bucket of water in here. I'm going to dip it in water and then give it to you. You want that? Do you want to eat that? Yeah, I'm sticking with my rating. I mean, it's a horror movie. You know what I'm saying? It's not Shawshank Redemption. If you're looking at, and I'm not 100% sure that Shawshank is a 10 of 10, but definitely a 9 of 10. And putting that up to Shawshank Redemption just as a, movie, theatrical, whatever. No. No. Mm-mm. For what it is. Now, as a horror movie, like if you're breaking up your ratings in terms of genre, I might give it a little bit more. Maybe 6, 7. Just because as a horror movie, it wasn't really all that scary. Like, I didn't go to sleep and dream about it. Ooh, vampires, Like, oh, I'm still asleep, I've watched some horror movies where I dream about that stuff and I wake up like, oh my goodness, that stuff has invaded my dreams. I gotta, But nah, not with that one. I mean, it was a decent movie. The writing and the cinematography was okay, but again, Sierra, as a movie, what Sierra would you say top movie you've ever seen? Best movie you've ever seen? You rate this as your 10 out of 10. This is your 10 out of 10. Sierra says this is a supernatural period piece. Exactly. That's why I'm giving it 5 on a scale of 10 out of movies. The rating might change. The rating might change if I'm specifically rating it in terms of horror. The ratings might change. If I'm specifically rating it based on period pieces, it would still be down there because Shawshank was also a period piece. So yeah, I think 5 is a fair thing to do. It was 11 out of 10 movies I've seen this year. See, I can't even take your rating seriously because you gave it an 11 out of 10. If you're rating on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is the most. And when you go over that, you negate your rating, whatever it is. I did like how everyone represented the 7 deadly sins. I didn't pick up on that. Alexander says the vampires burned up because the sun came up and they were feeling Remic's pain with the guitar piece in his head. Mary and Stack had left earlier when it was still dark, so they must have gotten undercover before the sun came up. Yes. Agreed. Anthony says, think you had to give it at least a 7. In terms of movies overall? No. Y'all being too generous. Some movies kind of don't deserve. It's not really fair to say. Some movies kind of don't. I'm gonna say it anyway, but it's not fair. Some movies don't deserve. Some genres even don't deserve to have, that level of a rating. And then maybe it's just me. It didn't pull on me emotionally. Again, I didn't feel some great. You weren't moved by that music scene. I was so irritated with that music scene. No, I wasn't moved by that music scene. No, I wasn't moved by that music scene at all. I was irritated with the music scene. It irritated me. That's just my personal thing. It irritated me. But I didn't feel no strong connection with any of the characters, with the story. Like, it didn't draw me in. The whole time I was watching the movie, I was thinking, all right, I'm watching this movie. It didn't pull me in. And there's certain movies that I watch that, they pull you in. Like, it just, and you, as they say, you suspend disbelief or whatever it is. And you're like, okay, I'm here, I'm this, and it's just, that movie did not do that. I'm not saying that it wasn't a good movie. But what you giving it a 9 in terms of, so you're saying, again, you never answered my question, Sierra. What is the best movie of all time in your mind? Or even just that you've seen? A movie that you look at it and say, that movie is a 10. For some people, Malcolm X. Like, Malcolm X, 10. Shawshank, 10. You know what I'm saying? What is a movie that you look at and you say, that movie, in terms of every movie I've ever seen, that's the best movie I've ever seen. That's a 10. What movie would that be? How many times did you watch Sinners? Just once. Maybe you need to watch it again. I'll probably watch it again when it, becomes available to stream. I'll watch it again. Mary says Roots is a 10. Roots is a TV series. It's not a movie. Unless there's a movie, Roots, that I'm not aware of. Jerica says Color Purple is a 10. All right. So for whoever it is that said 9, if you're giving it a 9, you're saying this movie is just below. It's almost as good as The Color Purple. Tanika, you say you get a movie a 10 out of 10. So you're saying this is the best movie you've ever seen. That's what you're saying, Tanika. Best movie you've ever seen. Ronald says, Glory, Malcolm X. Sierra says, I would say, so you'd say, I'm not sure what you're saying you would say. You'd say, Sinners is the best movie you've ever seen. Cinematography, writing, emotion, effects, everything. Best movie you've ever seen. Ever. I don't know. You can watch Shawshank Redemption. You can watch Sinners. I'm picking Shawshank Redemption. I watch Malcolm X every time I see it on TV. And I'm certain I could go stream it now. I don't know why. Every time I see it on TV, I watch it. It's a 10 for me. You can watch Malcolm X or you can watch Sinners. I'm picking Malcolm. Tanika says, I don't think the ratings equate to that. Well, that's the way I'm equating it. I mean, if it's a 10, what do you think ratings mean? I was working with a couple guys, and they would do movie ratings. And I started tracking their movie ratings. Like, I went across their years of rating movies, and I tracked their movie ratings. And so when they looked at their movie ratings, they were like, wait, I gave that movie an 8, but I only gave that movie a 5. Wait, I gave that movie a 9, but that movie, and I put them in order. Because they rated them like 8.35 and 8.42, you know. So there was a, you know, you could go down. And it had to be 70 movies. And when they looked at their movie ratings, which means this is the best movie that we've ever rated, this is the worst movie we've ever rated, they looked at it and they said, you know what? Them ratings is bad. Them ratings are bad. Because there's no way that that movie is better than that movie. But that's what ratings are. Again, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I gave it a 5. People want to challenge my 5. Mr. Bond, I've never seen Dead Presidents. Nat Turner. Predator, a 10. Come on. Come on. Predator. Maybe. You like what you like. The Usual Suspects, that's a 10. I say this all the time and people never believe me. There's no way for me to prove it. So I just say it and let people not believe me. I figured out The Usual Suspects early on in the movie. I figured it out. I don't remember how I figured it out. Something happened and I was like, that's Kaiser, you know. And so maybe it wasn't as good for me as for other people who kind of hadn't figured it out. But yeah, I figured it out early on in the movie, which kind of not ruined, but made it less impactful. But it was a really good movie. It was a really good movie. Will says, I legit don't have a best movie. Really? All right. Sierra says, sounds like you're more of a drama person. I would say in terms of, you know, emotional weight. Because why am I going to the movies? Like when I think action, I think kind of mindless. You know what I'm saying? I can't give something that's mindless, like some super high rating. I can't, as much as I like, because I see LaDonna says Black Panther, as much as I like Black Panther, I can't give that, you know what I'm saying? There was no, like, at least for me, like no super emotional moment. Again, these characters, the characters didn't grab me. I don't know. But that's just me. That's just me. Jeannie says there are too many great movies out there to pick just one. Don't take my black card, but just saw The Wiz in its entirety for the first time in my life at AMC Westchester the other night. It was a great movie. Okay, Jeannie. The Wiz was not a great movie. It was fun. It might be a little entertaining. But for me, for you, it was a great movie. For me, I actually went to sleep on it. There's certain parts of that movie I have to skip because it's just so boring to me. How am I extra? I'm just telling you. The movie still makes me cry every time is Will Smith, 7 pounds. That movie is a 10 all day. Well, see, I don't like Will Smith. So I'll be honest, I didn't give the movie a fair chance. I tried to watch it, but it's Will Smith. I think he's a horrible actor. And I just, everything he's in is just so unbelievable to me. The concept of the movie, okay, but just I have a block with Will, and there's a block there. I just think he's a horrible, horrible, horrible actor, and I wish him the best in terms of his life and all that kind of stuff. You know, I got nothing personal against him. I don't know him personally, but I have a block. I think he's a horrible, 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 horrible actor. I've never seen Edward Scissorhands. Rosewood was good. Okay. Rosewood was good. I am not going to see Lilo and Stitch. The little baby going, though. She likes Stitch. What? Will be acting. No, Will be. He's not. He's horrible. It's my preference. I have a block. I felt like he played Muhammad Ali like Muhammad Ali, even when he was young. Like Muhammad Ali already had brain damage. Like it wasn't good. I don't think he's good at all. At all. Will get paid to be Will in movies. And that's exactly what it seems like. And when he tries to stretch and do something different, like Muhammad Ali at 24 years old already had Parkinson's. You know what I'm saying? The way he talked and all that stuff. I'm like, bro, did you study any film of him when he was young? You studying film when his speech is slurred already. Like, nah. In every movie, Will is just Will. He's not a good actor to me. Okay, how many times you gonna say it and then say, I wish him nothing but the best? I cannot think you're a great actor, but want you to be successful in life. I don't think a lot of people get that mixed up. Like if I'm like, I don't think Mary J. Blige can sing. People are like, oh, you want her records to flop. No, I want her to have a very successful career because there's a lot of people out there who thinks that she can sing. I don't think she can sing, but that's not personal, I just don't think she can sing. So yeah, you can say, I think her voice is not great at all. But I wish her all the best. I want her to sell millions and millions of records. I want success for everybody. Willy Wonka, the original one, was amazing. It was okay. It was some boring parts in there too that I would have just skipped. Some boring parts in there that I would have just skipped. Jeannie says, I love Will Smith movies. That says something about you, Jeannie. Not something bad, but it says something about your taste in movies. She loves his movies, music, and videos. He was also in Hitch. What did he do in Hitch? What was good acting in Hitch? Focus. I don't think I ever saw Focus. 7 Pounds. He wasn't. All the Bad Boys. What did he? Okay. He was just, like Will said, he was just being Will Smith. Twin says, I'm very weird. Will is a good actor. In what? He killed that I Am Legend. He was so corny in I Am Legend. Nothing he did in that movie was believable to me. Again, it was Will being Will. Will, be scared. Will, be happy. Will, be sad. Like, come on, bro. Like, it just but it's again, I get it. It's just my opinion. It's just my opinion. It's just all Will being Will. Thank you, Will, for kind of pointing it out. Right, Will, and Samuel Jackson is paid to be the angry man in the movies. Right. Ain't no great acting. I want you to shut up, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, wow, that Samuel Jackson, oh, that range was just so... L Rock says, you skipped my question. Oh, God. Hold on, let me go back and see. Do I see a question? Have you seen the movie Equilibrium with Christian Bale and Taye Diggs? I don't think so, no. But the way you're overly emphasizing it felt like it took away from wishing him well. How? Because I think he's a horrible actor. Doesn't mean I'm not wishing him well. I don't even know how you say that. Go get acting role. Oh no. See, now that's the stuff that bothers me. Now, whether or not I can act is really not important. It's like whether or not I can sing is unimportant. Like if you can hear a person and so if you can't sing, you can't say that somebody else who can't sing can't sing. I can't dance, but I can look at another person who can't dance and be like, he can't dance. And I can look at somebody who can dance and be like, he can dance. Well, if you can't dance, then you don't get to say that nobody else can't dance. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I can't dunk, but I can look at another person and be like, he can't dunk. And he trying to dunk, he can't dunk. Well, you can't dunk, so how are you to say that he can't dunk? Because I can see. I can see that this dude ain't got no rhythm. But you say he can't dance. He can't dance. You can't dance, so you can't say that nobody else can't dance, Hayden. That's stupid. That's stupid. And whether I can act or not, I can look at somebody's acting and say, that's not good acting. I never bought into if you can't do it, then you can't say that somebody else can't do it. That might give me more credibility. Goodfellas, Gangs of New York. All right. Tanika says, Crooklyn is one of my all-time favorite movies. Favorite and best are different to me. Favorite and best are different. Will Smith and Queen Latifah play the same character in every media. Obnoxious, loud, but hip. These aren't actors. I think I kind of agree with that. Yeah. Enemy of the State, I, Robot. What did he do that was amazing in those movies? Nakia says, I think Will Smith is not a great actor. Dude will be happy again. I bet E like Beetlejuice. No. I I tried to watch that, when Beetlejuice came out. I couldn't get into it. So I never even tried to see the second one because I don't think I ever made it through the first one. Wait, so now you're saying Samuel L. Jackson is a bad actor too? I'm saying he pretty much plays the same character all the time. Yeah. What are your thoughts on Baby Boy? I've never really watched that entire movie either. I can't connect with all of that kind of nonsense and all of that just tension. I can't connect with that. So I don't know that I've ever watched the entire movie. I've seen pieces of it, and it's just I can't connect with it. Nat says, and Al Pacino / Robert De Niro are gangsters in every movie. Well, that's not true. But again, I'm not saying that there's some amazing actors. So who said Al Pacino and Robert De Niro were amazing actors? I didn't. I'm going to have to agree. Will is trash. I tuned out early with the 6 degrees of separation. Yes. That was such a bad acting job. Yeah, right. Sam Jackson played the heck out of that Stephen role in Durango. I never watched Durango Unchanged, and I kind of vowed never to watch it because I can't support Quentin Tarantino. I'm not gonna pay that man to call me an N-word. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. So I refused to watch that movie. Never have watched it. Never. So I don't know. He might have did an amazing job in that movie. He might have. I've never seen Dead Presidents. Fame says Lorenz Tate is the best acting in 50 years. Never watched the movie. Did you like Training Day? I did. I enjoyed Training Day. Training Day was a good movie. Denzel's a good actor. He's a good actor. Twin, I don't even know what that means. River, I don't even know what that means. Heard The Notebook was good. Never seen it. I've never seen it either. Al Pacino in The Devil's Advocate. The Devil's Advocate was a decent movie in my opinion. Goodfellas is the best movie ever. Ever? I don't know about that. Again, my reactions are based on my opinion. If you think it was the best movie ever, then to you it was the best movie ever. So when I asked what was the best movie ever, whatever you say is what you think was the best movie ever. So when I say nah, I'm not telling you that wasn't, in your opinion, the best movie ever. I'm telling you that in my opinion, it wasn't. We don't agree. That's all I'm saying. Not that you're wrong and that I'm right, even though you're probably wrong. But, yeah. I was just joking with the even though you're probably wrong. I have to explain this stuff because some people don't understand when I be joking. Like, he said that we probably wrong. And he just think he right about everything. And he gonna say that if he don't think it's the best movie ever, then it's not the best movie ever. Who is he to make the decision what I think the best movie ever is? Like, relax. Girl, I'm just joking. That was just a joke. I can't determine for you what was the best movie ever. I'm just being silly when I say that. Okay. What do you like? I told you. I think Malcolm X. I would put that up there. One of the best movies ever. Shawshank Redemption. I would put that up there. One of the best movies ever. Yeah. And I watch movies, so I watch a whole lot of movies, and you know, afterwards, kind of mentally, I put it in a space. Pat.
Hey, E-Man. Did
Hey.
you see my list of movies?
I did not see your list of movies.
Oh, I had Shawshank.
Okay.
I had In the Heat of the Night with Sidney Poitier.
Never saw it.
You oughta. I had 12 Angry Men, the original one.
Believe it or not, I just saw that recently, and I did think that was a decent movie. I mean, it was corny by today's standards, you know,
Yeah,
acting
right.
wise and
Well,
all
I'm
that
70 years old. Give me a break.
stuff. Yeah,
Let's
but
see.
I did think it was a decent movie.
And I like Mrs. Doubtfire. Sorry. And what else? I like Trading Places.
Okay.
So, yeah. So I think that was my list that I typed in.
I think those are all, except for the one that I didn't see. What was it?
In the Heat of the Night
In
with
the Heat of
Sidney
the Night.
Poitier.
Now, of course, I'm familiar with the series with Carol O'Connor.
No.
But I never
Not-
saw the movie.
Oh, you ought to see the movie. I love it.
Okay. All right.
All right.
That's a pretty good list.
And
All right.
my other thing is, when I was trying to type real fast when I said East Africa. Sorry. I looked at that. I said, I ain't in Africa.
I thought you was out of the country.
Oh heck, I'm in East Westwood.
All right.
All right. You all have a good weekend.
Pat, you do the same. Enjoy yourself.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, that was Pat. Oh, is anybody going down to the Taste of Cincinnati? I really stopped going down there a while ago. So I'm just curious as to whether or not somebody else is, if anybody's going down. I might go down there. Will says, so for me, I think it's more so Will is bigger than his roles. When I watch his movies, I can't get past, it's Will Smith. I'm not, like, that's for you. I don't know that I agree with that. I just think he plays the same character. He has his whatever, and that's who he plays, and that's how he plays it the same way. So it might not be you can't get past it's Will Smith. It's the fact that Will Smith can't get past it's Will Smith, and so he's really just acting like Will Smith in everything. The 5 Heartbeats and the Temptations were definitely 10s in my book. They were not 10s in my book, but they are very entertaining. I watched, again, those are 2 movies that if I'm scrolling through and I see them, I stop and watch them. Whatever I'm doing, I stop and watch, not whatever I'm doing, if I got somewhere, but if I'm, just mindlessly surfing and I see the 5 Heartbeats, boom, I'm watching it. That don't make it a 10. That don't make it a 10, in my opinion. That don't make it a 10. Again, just because it's one of my favorite movies, don't necessarily mean it's one of the best movies. All of the John Wicks, they were entertaining. Justin Sharp says Durango. All right. Again, I refuse to ever watch that movie. Oh, Pat, I'm sorry. I'm just now getting to your list. Shawshank, In the Heat of the Night, 12 Angry Men, Trading Places, Mrs. Doubtfire. Mrs. Doubtfire was entertaining. It was entertaining. Undercover Brother was a classic. I agree. Yeah, not a 10. What about The Sixth Sense is what you're talking about, Jerika Vaughn. I See Dead People movie, Sixth Sense. It was a good movie. C says, man, you sleeping on Durango. I'm not sleeping on Durango. I won't watch it. I won't watch it. I refuse to call it that, Tanika. I refuse to call it that, just out of disrespect for the movie. Plus, when it was out, nobody who were calling into the radio station, it seemed like nobody could say it right. And somewhere, instead of what the name of the movie actually is, people landed on Durango. And I was trying to tell people at the time, that's not it. That's not it. But they couldn't get it, and it was funny to me, so I adopted Durango. And instead of Unchained, I don't know why a lot of those older people could not say Unchained, and they kept saying Unchanged. Unchanged. And I was correcting them like, it's not Unchanged. It's Unchained. And y'all know how they do. Get mad at me. You think you know everything. And so I was just like, okay. So from now on, it's Durango Unchanged. So that's what I've been calling it ever since then. Ever since them people got mad at me for trying to help them out, I adopted what they said and kind of put it all together. So that movie will forever to me be Durango Unchanged. Another person saying The Notebook. LaDonna says The Notebook is good. Shahira says she love Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. If they in it, she watching it. All right. The Last Beverly Hills Cop is on Netflix. He meets his daughter. The Last Beverly Hills Cop was... C says it's non-objective people. I'm not sure what you're talking about. What did I say? Gladiator was a good one. Gladiator, the first Gladiator was good. I watched the second Gladiator. I won't watch it a second time. I've watched the first Gladiator probably hundreds of times. It's one of my go-to-sleep movies. Well, you think you're better than everybody, apparently. John Q was decent. John Q was decent. T. Mikey G says, what movie is a 10 for E-Man? Will y'all tell him the movies that I said was 10s? I've said it a lot. I never saw Hollywood Shuffle. Ronald. Never saw Hollywood Shuffle. Have you watched Gladiator 2? Andrea just asked that. Well, she asked it probably a while ago. Yeah, I watched it, and I wouldn't even recommend to anybody, like if somebody's like a good movie to watch, I wouldn't be like, Gladiator 2. Twin, I'm missing a whole lot of the stuff that you're saying because you're just saying nonsense just for the sake of saying nonsense. I've never seen Titanic. I've never seen Home Alone. I love the movie 500. I'm not even familiar with the movie 500. What's that about? I've never even heard of it. Women of Brewster Street. I thought it was Brewster Place, but that wasn't a movie. That was a miniseries, and it was okay, but then they ruined it at the end. They absolutely ruined it at the end when Oprah gave her little speech. And everything is always getting in our way. I was cool with that until she said, just like this wall. Ruined it. Ruined it. That line ruined it. You didn't have to say that. Everything, symbolism. Like, let the people figure out the symbolism. Don't tell me the symbolism. Everything, something's always getting in our way. And just start tearing down the wall. But when you say just like this wall, you lose me. That ruined the whole movie, the whole miniseries, in my opinion. Caller.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. I was just wondering what makes a film a 10 out of 10 for you.
For me, first, what's your name?
Sierra.
All right. Sierra, what makes a movie a 10 out of 10 is, number one, it's got to be shot well. I'm a huge fan of good dialogue. Like, not just, oh, it's a nice story and the story flows a certain way. The dialogue has to capture me. So the dialogue got to be really good. It's got to, of course, be shot well, lit well, all of that kind of stuff. The characters, I have to care about the characters. Make me care. Like, I need to be emotionally invested in the characters, in the story. The characters need to have layers. Like, just, oh, he's mean. Nobody is just mean. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, mean people have a soft spot somewhere. You know what I'm saying? The characters have to, and almost every character of any significance has to have layers.
So if that's your, sorry, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
No, I was just, okay, so if that's your rubric, then how come Sinners is only a 5 for you? It was shot well. It was lit well. The dialogue was amazing. It had a lot of nuance to it.
Okay, the dialogue, in my opinion, the dialogue wasn't so amazing. But go ahead.
Okay. The storyline was very dynamic, as there were many storylines going on at once that all coalesced at the end.
Hold on, was it really
it made it interesting.
A dynamic storyline?
Okay, why wasn't it a dynamic storyline?
I mean, here's your story. These two dudes who was getting in trouble left and went to Chicago. They was gangsters, and they robbed some gangsters, and they came back to set up a juke joint. And some vampires kind of swooped in on them because one dude, I guess he was their cousin, could sing really well. And that's the story. There's nothing like really dynamic about that story. Like, okay.
But that wasn't just the story, though. It was the story of the Mississippi Delta, racism, the history of blues and rock and roll, and how it connects to today, plus vampires, plus family dynamics and religion, and the KKK.
See, all of those were different aspects, sure, that were sprinkled in. But when you think about the story, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you had to, what do they say? Like, tell me, what is the plot of the story?
Mm-hmm.
That would be the plot of the story. These two boys from, Mississippi, got in trouble. They had to run. They went to Chicago. They, all the stuff that I said earlier. That's the plot of the story. The setting and all of those other little dynamics that you bring in, I mean, they add a little flavor to it, but overall, you just got that one story. And that's for every movie, you know what I'm saying? For, whatever it is. That's for every movie. You've just got the story, the plot of the story. And then you have all of these different plot devices to move things along. But that was the plot of the story.
Okay. I'll give you that. But one thing you said that really surprised me was that the musical scene did not move you at all. It actually irritated you. Why is that? I thought you would like it because you're a musician and you also are a cinematographer.
Well, First, I'm not a musician. I make a difference between someone who sings and someone who plays. I am a singer, but I'm not a musician. Secondly, why did it irritate me? I felt like they was trying to do too much. I felt like it. I understood what they was going for. Like his voice transcended time and space and so on and so forth. First, his voice was just okay to me. But second, even, buying that this is the most unique, amazing voice that I've ever heard, I still didn't like all that. It was something about them trying to blend all of these things. I didn't like the way they did it. I didn't like... Sorry, go ahead.
So you didn't like the artistry of it?
Right.
Okay, I think I remember you said this before. Like, you don't like sci-fi? Is that what it is?
No.
Or
I like
supernatural
sci-fi.
things?
No, I do.
Okay. So, but you didn't like seeing the Bootsy Collins guy as a Cincinnati native. You didn't like the Bootsy Collins-esque guitarist coming up and playing on the floor with Sammy.
No.
Oh, that's blasphemous.
No, I understood it. I understood what they were going for. I didn't really care for it, but I did understand it. Plus, keep in mind, and some of this is me, I'm rhythmically challenged. Like, I won't say I don't have any rhythm, because I got, I can stay on beat, unless you switch it up, and then you might confuse me. So they did a little bit of switching up of stuff, and that took me out of, things as well. So some of it is my own limitations. But yeah, no, I was irritated. That might have been a part of why I was irritated. It wasn't just like a steady driving beat, which I love that because I can stay with that. But like when I'm on stage and the drummer takes his solo and he start doing all of that weird stuff, and I can't just snap my, stomp my feet and snap my fingers to the beat, and he changing it up, and it takes me out.
You're from the Midwest. You're from the land of funk, and you don't like dynamic music?
I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying I'm somewhat.
I get it. It was a bit jarring.
So, yeah, But
see, I like stuff like that. I like to be challenged, and I like dynamic music. I'm like a sonic maximalist. I like having a lot of change-ups melodically.
Okay, yeah, I'm not. I like consistency.
Okay, I guess we'll agree to disagree.
And I mean,
on
you
that
can
thing.
change it up. Like if you're gonna change it, but don't try to change it and keep it the same at the same time. That bothers me, and I felt like that's what they were doing.
Well, see, what was his name? Ludwig Van Morrison? I don't know the score writer's name. But he's a master at doing that, though. And I think it kept it interesting. Like, for example, you're a Stevie Wonder fan.
Yes.
And so I'm surprised to hear you say this yet again as a Stevie Wonder fan, because Stevie will change up the beat and then come back to it and then add a little something else.
That's what I'm saying. He'll change it and then come back to it. But he don't change it and keep the same under what he just changed. That's the purpose of change, in my opinion. That's the purpose of changing it. Here, I'm going to give you this. Oh, you like that? We about to switch it up. Boom. All right, we finished. We going back to this. Boom. I like that.
Okay, I'll let you have it. I can't tell you what to like or dislike.
If you don't like what I like, Sierra, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm. I think you're wrong about Sinners. I think you like it more than you think you do, but you're scared to admit it.
No, I don't have a problem admitting it. I said I liked it. I said it was a good movie.
But then you said it was a 5, and that rating just doesn't make sense.
It's not an
based on your
amazing
own
movie.
rubric.
Again, what is the best movie, not your favorite, the best cinematic thing that you've ever seen?
Sinners is up there for sure. It was deeply inspiring, especially that musical scene. But once again, I like those dynamic, maximalist, risk-taking things in cinematography.
Okay,
so
what's the
that was up there for me.
second best movie that you've ever seen?
I like Spielberg's films, so I like Jurassic Park. I like The Color Purple.
And so
Two
you
very
say
different ends of the spectrum.
So I could imagine you saying that Sinners is just as good as The Color Purple.
They're different. They're different. They can be on this. So I do tier levels, right?
I'm saying.
So they can both be S tier movies, which is superior films, but be totally radically different from one another.
I agree they can be different. I think Malcolm X and Shawshank Redemption are very different movies, and I would give them a 10 out of 10. So I'm asking, are you saying that, in your opinion, The Color Purple is, or Sinners is just as good a movie in every way as The Color Purple?
Honestly, yeah, okay. I would say so.
Okay.
They actually touched on a lot of the same beats, like in terms of racism in the South, even though Sinners had a more subtle take to it. The Color Purple, to me, is a little bit of a tough watch because it's about, child trafficking. But it is a good movie.
So which character did you connect with most in the movie Sinners?
Delroy Lindo's character, Delta Slim. Like, when he was crying, when he saw his fellow inmates still working in the cotton fields, that was such a powerful scene of just, like, seeing his emotion about how he used to be in that position. And then we heard about how he became a musician, and then he had a musical partner who was lynched, and then just hearing him bubble up and transform his grief into blues, and then sharing how to do that with Sammy, to me, really resonated.
Interesting. So in your mind, you said you connected, as emotionally, and as a character, you connected most with, I don't remember his name. I can't pronounce his name, but I know who you're talking about. You connected with him more than anybody else in the movie.
He was one of my favorite characters, and I would say
Hold
Michael A.
on. I didn't say your favorite character. I said a character that you connected with.
Yes, I would say him. Yeah, okay. He was acting head to toe, even in his eyes, like, amazing.
Interesting.
You need to see it again.
I don't.
Okay.
I will, but I don't need to see it again.
Okay.
You connected with him, and that's fine. I didn't connect with any of the characters. Like, I wasn't like, if he had died, I wouldn't have been like, oh my God, I can't believe they killed off that character. He's way too pivotal to the movie, and I connect with him, and so on and so forth. That would not have been the case for me. So I didn't connect with anybody in the cast.
Wow. Not even Michael A. Jordan or Michael B. Jordan.
No, they were characters. They were there. I kind of expected both of them to die, and I was okay with both of them dying.
Wow, that's surprising, but I'll let you have it. You're allowed to feel how you feel.
Thank you. I appreciate your permission.
Except about how you feel with the whole Lincoln beef, not beefing thing. I agree with Twin on that. You guys need to squash it.
Hold on. Because every time y'all bring that up, I get irritated. I'm not beefing with him. He's beefing with me. There is no y'all need to squash anything.
But that's your uncle.
He is not my uncle.
Twin is your cousin, and Lincoln is y'all uncle.
Yeah, no, I'm not related to him at all. But I feel like, and this is with anybody, if you say to me, you know what I'm saying, I'm a good person to you, I've done nothing to you, and then you make the decision that you don't want to deal with me no more, how do people then look at me and say, y'all need to make up? We didn't break up.
Okay, but you got into a back and forth with him and his daughter, and then names were said by someone about someone's daughter
Hold
So I
on.
could see why that person
Hold
would
on.
have beef.
Okay, again, let me be clear about this. Sierra, if you call me short, I'm gonna call you probably an airhead. I don't even know you, but I'm gonna call you something. You know what I'm saying? You call me a, she called me a name when I'm just supposed to be like, well, since you're Lincoln's daughter, you have carte blanche to call me names. Please, if she called me short, I'm calling her fat every day of the week.
Did she call you short first?
Yes. Yes.
I still feel like
If she would have never
her insult was like a 5 and yours was like a 10.
No.
Yes.
Well, that's only because, you know what I'm saying, I'm mature enough to be like, so, you know what I'm saying? It don't bother me. But if you, as they say, don't start none, won't be none. And nobody can say I started anything, because I didn't and I don't. So if you are a person who takes a shot at me, expect a shot to come back.
Okay, so the shots have been fired. It's a new year. You're back in the chat. Are you going to call back into the Lincoln Show? Not apologize, but just be a participant again.
No. But
Okay.
I gave up my right to call the Lincoln Ware Show long before whatever people want to call it beef. I gave up that right for Black Lion to be able to call in.
But he doesn't call.
Well, that ain't my fault. He was banned, and then I said, look, I will not call in if Black Lion can call in. And then he relented and said, okay, Black Lion can call in. And then Black Lion called in a few more times, and then I don't know if he got banned or whatever. But just because he banned him again doesn't mean I give up my word. I said I wouldn't call in if he was allowed to call in, so I stand strong on my word. Plus, he did tell me don't ever talk to him again in life. So, if I called in, I would be talking to him, and I want to honor his wishes.
Okay, last question. What happened to Nate? Why did he only come out of retirement today to let Twin have it and then went back into retirement? He has abandoned the Black podcast community.
That man got a whole life. You know what I'm saying? He live in a whole city, a whole other part of the state. And so if he decides that he want to call in, then he calls in. If he doesn't, then he doesn't. Like that Tracy Strickland person, who again, I'm not sure if that's a man or a woman. That Tracy Strickland person who likes to insinuate that I'm telling him not to call in. We don't have a discussion about, he grown. How am I to tell him don't call Lincoln? That's childish to me. I don't operate like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind. I'll call Lincoln's name because there's nothing that I say about Lincoln on here or behind his back that I wouldn't or haven't said to his face. And so there's no part of me that is trying to sabotage Lincoln or anything like that. I still listen to Lincoln. I hope the best for Lincoln. I say it all the time. I think he has one of the best shows on radio. If I was trying to sabotage him, I would be hating on him. But I'm not. And if that man, Nate, wants to call Lincoln, he'll call. And if he don't, he don't.
But he doesn't call your show anymore either.
Right. So I'm not sabotaging me. You know what I'm saying? He got a whole life. Like he got kids, grandkids, a whole life.
All right. I guess I'll let it go since he did come back to the chat today.
Okay.
Briefly, to let Twin have it.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling.
Alrighty.
And feel free to call anytime.
Will do. Have a good one. Have a good weekend.
You
Watch
do so.
Sinners again.
All right.
All right. Bye.
All right. Let me shut that down and go here. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I have to read what Daryl was saying. because I had to squash some of this stuff. And then you called her roly-poly. Well, yeah, because she didn't want to stop. See, here's what people don't, like, she used to, I won't say we used to, she used to get into it with me and then complain to Lincoln. Oh, he said this about me. And then I get a call from Lincoln. Oh, she said that you said this. Can you not say that? And I would tell him all the time, like, Lincoln, I don't start nothing. I don't mention her. I don't say anything about her. I don't say anything to her. I don't, nothing. She decides out of nowhere that she want to take a shot at me. And I'm not gonna let her take a shot and not respond too many times. Like, it's very rare, like, she take a shot and then I respond. Like, it typically is, she take a shot, she take a shot, she take a shot, she take a shot, I'm tired of it, I respond. And then it's, oh, he said this. And then Lincoln, oh, did you say this? Yes, I did. Well, why did you say it? Because she said this, 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 and this. No, why don't you tell her not to take shots at me, and then she will never have to worry about me saying anything to or about her. Oh, okay, well, okay, I'll tell her. The next thing I know, she take a shot, she take a shot, she take a shot, she take a shot, I respond. I get a call. Did you say yes? Because she said this, 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 and this. Why don't you tell her to stop saying stuff? I haven't said anything to her, about her. None of that. Just tell her to stop. If she stops, nothing happens. If you could just, I'm not going to just let her take repeated shots at me. So tell her to stop. And then nothing will happen. And this has gone on for years. It's the same cycle. Let me take a shot at him. Let me take a shot at him. Ooh, he said something I don't agree with, so let me take a, he's short. Ooh, he ugly. Ooh, he this. Ooh, he that. And I'll be like, what is wrong with this chick? I haven't said anything to her about her. You disagree with something that I said? Cool. I don't care. Say that you disagree with me. That's fine. But you start taking shots. So yeah, if you gonna call me short, I'm gonna call you fat. Only because I got nothing against, plump women. Only because I know that bothers you. If I thought it bothered you to say you bald, I would have said, and you bald. Baldy locks. You know what I'm saying? I would have been, so yeah. Well, you need to make up. No, I don't. I just need to just do what I'm doing and mind my business. She ain't took no shots at me. I got nothing bad to say about her. Life is good. I can still see her comments in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I see she was towing the line. Was it yesterday? She was towing the line, getting close. Like, ooh, do I want to take a shot? Ooh, do I want to take a shot? Okay, I'm not going to take a shot. I'm like, oh, I'm glad she didn't take a shot. Because then I would have had to take one back. I don't know why people won't just leave people alone. No, it's cool. I'm just saying. No, we don't act like siblings. We don't. Siblings don't just out of nowhere start taking shots at people. They don't. I defy anybody to point out any instance where I took a shot at her that wasn't in response to something. Ever. You're not going to find one instance because I just don't operate like that. Really, anybody watching now, y'all should know this about me. If I got a problem with you, I'm probably going to tell you I got a problem with you. Actually, I'm probably just not going to say nothing and probably just going to not deal with you unless I have to deal with you. And then I'm going to tell you, I have to deal with you, but understand I got a problem with you. Because I'm much more just let it go. It ain't all that important. I don't start stuff. I just don't. I just don't. Black Lion say, what lady are you talking about? Mr. Ware's daughter. Mr. Ware's daughter. And I get it. She don't like me. For whatever, I know why. But I get it. She don't like me. Cool. Then just not like me. I'm comfortable. That actually might be a part of the problem. I'm comfortable with people not liking me. When I find out that somebody don't like me, this is how I operate. If I find out that Sierra don't like me, I'm bringing Sierra into it because she brought it up. If I find out that Sierra don't like me, I'm going to be like, okay, Sierra don't like me. When I get an opportunity and it seems appropriate, I'm going to be like, Sierra, I understand you don't like me. And she going to probably be like, yeah, I don't like you. And I'm going to say, did I do something? And she going to say, nah, I just don't like you. And I'm going to look at me and my relationship to Sierra. And I'm going to analyze it. And I'm going to say, the question that I'm going to ask myself is, have I dealt with Sierra honorably? Yeah, I've dealt with her, and all of my dealings with her, I've dealt with her honorably. Then that problem is hers to deal with. And I just let it go. Because I know me. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I haven't, like, no, you was a little out of pocket with her, at one point. I'm going to go to her, and I'm going to be like, you know what? I was thinking about this, you not liking me stuff. And if it has anything to do with this thing that I did where I was not, right, fair, honorable, whatever the case may be, I apologize for that. I acknowledge that I was out of line. That might not make you like me, but I thought about it. I wasn't right, and I apologize to you. She can accept it or not accept it, and then at that point, she can not like me for the rest of her life, and I'm comfortable with that. So that's how I operate. I don't know why. Well, again, I do know why. But my question becomes, have I dealt with her honorably? Yes. So she cannot like me. Doesn't Lincoln have another daughter? Yes, a very lovely one. Very lovely. And I don't mean, she's a beautiful girl, but I didn't mean very lovely in that way. I meant his other daughter, she's a lovely human personality person. She's a lovely, lovely woman. And I've never heard her take a shot at me. So I got no problem with her. Now, I would understand if she's like, I got a problem with you. And I'd be like, why? Because you got a problem with my sister. And I would be like, I don't have a problem with your sister have a problem with me. And then she would be like, well, I got a problem with you because my sister got a problem with you. And I would be like, okay, I respect that. I'm comfortable with you having a problem with me. And that would be that. I wouldn't say anything bad about her because I don't have anything bad to say about her. That's just, for real, that's just how I operate. That is just how I operate. As long as I know I've been honorable, I'm comfortable with you not liking me. And again, that really is the catalyst for all of that stuff. And I say that stuff because I've moved it away from me. That's the catalyst for all of that. And a lot of it is, her dad had beef with me. And again, did I deal with him honorably? Yes. So I'm comfortable. I mean, this is even before this. I done brought this up one time before. Like, he really did treat me bad at that radio station. He went out of his way to treat me bad. And I kind of went out of my way to forgive stuff. And I mean, it is what it is. Somehow, because again, this is me. If you treat me bad, I'm definitely not going to treat you good. And you have to look at it like this, right? People don't always know who took shot number one and then who responded. People just know, ooh, they fighting. You don't know, well, he was walking down the street minding his own business and he came up out of nowhere and sucker punched him. And now they in the middle of the street fighting. You just see two people in the middle of the street fighting. You don't know what happened. So if your daughter walks up and see you in the middle of the street fighting with somebody, her instinct is to help you. She don't understand you just sucker punched him. So, yeah, some of my dealings with him were not pleasant or, as there was a time when I was Terrence. And then you treat me bad. I ain't Terrence no more. When I say Terrence, I mean, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make you happy, to create a show where everybody, you know what I'm saying? And everybody's happy and and I'll go above and beyond. Like, oh, you forgot this, but I'll do it. Oh, you didn't do this, but I'll take care of it. But then once you start treating me bad, oh, you forgot this. It's just forgot. Well, will you do it? No, because that's your job. In the essence, you treat me bad. So I'm not going to go over and beyond for you. So now somebody from the outside, it's like, oh, he treat Lincoln so bad. Like, no, you don't see what's happening on the inside. And again, if you don't see what's happening on the inside, and it's like, oh, this should be happening. Like, no, your daddy should be doing that. You used to do it. I did. Because you don't understand, and your daddy done created a whole new dynamic in this relationship. But as from the outside, you just see somebody treating your daddy bad. Your perception. So no, I don't like that guy because he treat my daddy bad. You don't know your daddy is, treating somebody like a piece of ass. And I'm not going to just, tell you your daddy treating me like a piece of ass. I don't, care. I'm just responding. So I know the genesis of all of it. I'm just saying, I'm just chilling. I don't have a problem saying that man is entertaining. His show is one of the best shows on radio. And sorry, Shahira, I wish the best for him. I wish the best for his daughter. Actually, both of them. I wish the best for them. But you're not going to attack me and me not respond once I get tired of being attacked. And, I mean, it's to the point now where you attack me once, I'm in. It ain't no more 3, 4, 5 times and then, ooh, I'm tired of it. It's once, oh, what did you say? Oh, yeah, let's get it. So, yeah, there was no, y'all need to make up. Y'all keep saying that. But I'm just chilling. I promise you. Well, I don't know. I was about to say, I promise you I ain't mad at nobody. I do still have, which I've expressed, because, you know, I really do try to analyze myself and be as honest with me as I possibly can. I do have some resentment towards Mr. Ware. But when you let stuff go, you let stuff go. And so the resentment is there. I don't do nothing about it. But it's there. But I can still acknowledge the good stuff. I can acknowledge the good stuff. So yeah, I just be chilling. Can you answer my question? I have to go back and see if I see a question from you, Shahira. Y'all be asking questions that I don't see and then be like, why you ignoring my questions? No, she didn't say why you ignoring my question, but it was kind of a why you ignoring my question type of comment. I don't see your question. Can you, I'm scrolling. You just, please answer my question. You asked again. But I don't see a question. And I'm back pretty far. Can you ask your question again? You keep saying, can you answer my question? Instead of saying, can you answer my question? Just the tip. Ask the question again, because I probably didn't see the question, which is probably why it didn't get answered. And so saying, will you answer my question? I don't see your question. I'm sorry. Can you ask your question again? I asked if you consider Sinners blaxploitation. No, I didn't consider it blaxploitation. I just considered it a movie with a black director and majority black cast. No, I didn't think it was. I've always thought that you and Mr. Lincoln were the cordial and best of friends. You all were a great team from the outside looking in. I told you, I did a lot of forgiving of stuff. Which, you know, in an attempt to create a great team. Now, I wasn't just, oh, whatever you say, Mr. Ware, oh, you're so great, Mr. Ware. I wasn't that guy. You know what I'm saying? Like when he would do stuff, I would say to him, all right. For real, this is what I would say to him. All right, just remember you did that. You can't do that too many more times. When I respond, just know why you got that response. And he would say, no, you were just looking for a reason to do something the whole time. And I would be like, no. If I was looking for a reason to do something, I would just do it. I don't want to do any of this stuff. That's why I'm bringing it to you right now. Stop doing that. Or I'm going to be forced to respond. You just want to respond. Then don't do it. And then when I would say, all right, you got one more time. You got one more time to do that. Or you got one more time to say that. Now, okay. Because I know you want to respond anyway. And then he would stop. And then, and I mean, this could happen on a break. Like, you know, he doing his talking, 12:30, the buzz. And then we go to break, and then he say something. And I'd be like, Lincoln. Or really, what would happen is, it would be something that he would say on air. You know, take a shot on air. And I would be like, Lincoln, so now you just said that. Why would you say that? You know, like, Lincoln, now how would you feel if I said that about you? No, you're not going to say nothing like that about me. Then why would you say it about me? So I'm telling you, if you keep doing that, I'm going to respond. Then he go back on the air, and then he do it again. Okay, Lincoln, that's the second time you've done that. And we talked about this the first time. So you want me to say that to you, about you? Because you know the stuff I can say about you. You just want to say something. No, I want you to not say that. You go back on and do it again. All right, I'm telling you, you do it one more time, we got a problem. I'm going to respond. I'm telling you right now. Okay. And then it stopped. And so then, yeah, it's all happy jolly. But you just took 2-3 shots at me. For no reason. Just for you to laugh. So then, yeah, I'm like, yeah, we come off like, hey, we happy, we jolly, we this, we that. But I done sucked up a whole lot of stuff. Like, but I'm still, because I want the show to be good. I want that. You know what I'm saying? That's what the image you got to portray to the, and, you know, every once in a while, he wouldn't heed the warning, and then I would have to go in on him. And then next thing I know, Jerry Tolliver's down there. Y'all need to stop. That sounds so unprofessional. Y'all can't be doing that on the air. And I'll be like, where were you when he did it the first 3 times? Don't come down here and tell me to stop. Go in there and tell him not to do it initially. But don't be coming in here telling me to not defend myself. You know me, and you know that's not going to happen. Y'all don't understand over the course of the 20-something years how many times those things just keep happening and keep happening and keep happening. So yeah. That's why I say there is still some resentment. Because I know me, and I wouldn't say I didn't know me as well back then 20 years ago as I got to know me. Because I would have never sucked it up. I'm sorry I'm using that term. I would have never, just took it and, try to put it to the side. Because stuff like that weighs heavy on me. That's why I don't really just take stuff. If I just take it and then just let it no, I got to respond. I got to get my lick back. If I get my lick back, we good. But if I don't get my lick back, in the back of my mind the whole time I'm thinking, I let him get that lick. I let him get that one off. Oh, I'm so mad at myself for letting him get that one off. And so there's a whole lot of, I'm mad, I let him get that one off. And if I would have known me as well as I know me now, I'd have never let him get anything off. And so that's the resentment, which is really more, I guess, directed at me. But that's the resentment that I have. Because I should have never let any of that stuff fly. But again, I really do. I look at myself. I deal with. Do I do the right thing? Am I honorable and blah blah blah? So, yeah. And again, please don't misunderstand me to be saying I've never ever in the history of my life been wrong. I'm not saying that. So he was never your boss. No, he was. He hired me. And then, he talked to the general manager and they made me full-time. I've told y'all that whole story, promos and all that kind of stuff. So yes, for many years, he was my boss. But believe it or not, when he was my boss, he didn't do this stuff. when he was my boss, I hate the term boss, but when he was in charge, when he had the ability to fire me and all of that kind of stuff, a lot of times, number one, I wasn't necessarily producing his show, and then once I took over producing his show, it was more like him and Terrence now. And I guess maybe the power dynamic has something to do with it. Like, if I can fire you, then we cool. If I can fire you, then we cool. And there's no reason for me to take shots at you if I can fire you. There's no reason for me to be negative towards you if I can fire you. I'm not saying necessarily, I'm not sure. But I kind of feel like that might have been the case. But then it escalated. Really, it escalated when, this is going to sound like I'm patting myself on the back, but I promise you I'm not. There was a time when I was part of an ensemble called the Bad Boys of the Buzz. And I was noticed. I wasn't just a random voice. I was noticed. My personality and whatever kind of stuck out. I won't say more than anybody else because we all had our very distinct personalities. Everybody was noticed. But the fact that I was noticed, I think made him, people noticing him. They're not necessarily supposed to be noticing him. He's nobody. He's a board op. He's not supposed to get attention and all of that kind of stuff. And that was when I would say I noticed the kind of fun, spirited shots. And then when people start asking me, why don't you do a show? Why don't you do a show? And when I say people, I mean people from inside the building. Like, you should do a show. You should do a show. You could do your own show. You could do your own show. And I'm like, I don't do no show. Number one, in all honesty, I had never thought about it, and I never really thought I could carry a show. So, why don't you do a show? Why don't you do a show? I don't want to do no show. And I think once you started hearing that, then it was slightly more mean-spirited shots. And it was, but again, I didn't recognize them as mean-spirited. And I've never been one that had a problem standing up for myself. So it wasn't even the aggressive, all right, you're taking a shot. It was, you said such and such. I kind of don't like that. Can you not say stuff like that? But then they became more frequent. And then it became, somewhat adversarial once he was removed from the position of program director and he was made operations manager, which is supposed to be more, but I think everybody knew he was just removed from the program director's position because he kind of wasn't cutting it, and Jerry Tolliver was really running the station anyway, so then she was made the program director. And so then, pretty much from that point, I don't think as operations manager, he had the authority to say, you out of here. He would have had to go to somebody and say, I want him out of here. And by that time, Jerry kind of realized, like, he provides something to the station, like something valuable. And, then from that point on, it was more aggressive, and, then it started to be, I don't want him producing my show. And then it began to be, I don't think he should be here. And then it began to be, we're going to call people and have people call people to try to get him fired. Actually, at one point, it was a public plea. I know nobody remembers this, but I remember it because I was there. It was a literal public plea over the airwaves asking people to pray to have me removed. He, for real, he literally on the air asked people to pray to have me removed. He called me a stumbling block, and he told people on the air, he said this, I promise y'all, I'm not joking, I'm not kidding, I'm not exaggerating. He said I was a stumbling block, and he asked people to pray to have his stumbling block removed. I was like, what in the world? I'm sitting right here. You know what I'm saying? I can see you. I can hear you. I'm right here, and you're saying this. And of course, I responded to that, and then somebody came down the hall. Y'all need to not do that. I'm like, did you not hear what he said? Did you not hear what he said on the air? Don't come in here telling me not to say stuff when y'all allowing him to say stuff. Don't do that. I promise y'all, I am not joking. I am not kidding. I'm none of that. I'm not. I promise y'all it happened. It happened. With Chuck on the air. Chuck was the white collar, who eventually is the one who he recruited to call the radio station to complain about me and lie to get me fired. What am I supposed to do with that? But yeah, I was still, y'all might not remember Chuck. Chuck was this kind of, I always perceived him as a white racist. Because he said a lot of stuff that was like white and racist. And him and Lincoln was friends. And one day he called in, and he sure did. He said, Chuck mentioned me, because Chuck never liked me screening his call. And Chuck mentioned me screening his call. And Lincoln's response was, well, he is my stumbling block. And so I'm going to ask everybody to just pray to have my stumbling block removed from me. It's like, what the? Did he, like, for real, did he just do that? You know? So I promise y'all, I'm not. So when y'all be like, oh, y'all need to make up, I'm like, I don't have anything to make up for. I dealt with that man honorably. And then even afterwards, put all of that stuff aside, which, again, I can't even tell it all, as they say, because it's probably stuff that I don't even remember that happened. But put all of that stuff aside. When I left the radio station, y'all know I would call the show, we would go at it, and he called me, and he's like, hey, you should call more often, because people like it when we go at it. People like it when we go at it. And, we kind of talked and laughed about, some of the stuff that we had said and whatnot. And I was like, okay. And so that's why I used to call him, and y'all know he would take my calls. And, again, everything was okay. And then his daughter decided, I don't like him, so I'm going to start taking shots at him. But, like, literally everything, I don't want to say it was under the bridge, but we had developed a different relationship. I was caller, he was host, and, he felt like people enjoyed our back and forth, and I was very much willing to do that with him when I had the opportunity. And it was always cordial, all of that good stuff. And then out of nowhere, just didn't like me no more. didn't like me no more. That was a long way to go. I felt like I talked for like another hour because of Sierra. Yes, Sierra, I blame you. I felt like I talked another hour because of Sierra. Yes, Dwayne, I agree. We don't need to keep dwelling on the story. We can just move on. But stop telling me to make up. Stop doing that. It's offensive. Here's what I equated to, and then I'm done, because I really do have to go upstairs. Here's what I equated to. That same guy, it's you. You walking down the street, minding your own business. You ain't did nothing to nobody, right? Somebody out of nowhere come and they sucker punch you. And y'all scrapping in the middle of the street, right? And then the fight get broken up. And you go on about your way. And then all your friends start calling you, telling you, you need to make up with that person who sucker punched you. You're like, what are you talking about? I haven't said anything to them. They exist. I exist. I haven't done anything to them. They haven't done anything to me. They might be mad at me for whatever reason, but I haven't done anything. You're sitting there watching TV and your phone ring again. Hey, you need to make up with that person who sucker punched you. What are you talking about? Make up with them. What do you mean? I haven't said anything. I haven't done anything. Why do we need to make up? Well, I talked to them and they said they don't like the fact that you fought with them. Okay. But I haven't seen them in a year. Why are you telling me to make up with them? And then you sitting there minding your business and your phone ring. Hey, you need to make up with that guy who sucker punched you. Stop telling me to make up with the person who sucker punched me. I don't harbor any animosity towards them. If they harbor any towards me, that's on them. I haven't said anything to them. Hey, you need to make up with the person who sucker punched you. That's what it's like. That's what it feel like when y'all say that. All right, I think I'm done. Ooh, yeah, I'm definitely done. 8 o'clock. That means a basketball game coming on. I appreciate y'all. Enjoy y'all weekend. Have a great weekend, holiday weekend. If you go down and take Cincinnati, be careful. It's young people. You never know what might jump off. So, be careful. Enjoy your weekend. Until next time, which will probably be Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of y'all weekend. And as always, be the reason that somebody smiles this weekend. Till next time I'm out. Peace.